Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the good, and then he's going up for me, guys. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show for Trade Ideas. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That will help. Okay, good. You're a little late in answering, so I was worried. Somebody, okay, thank you, Torty. Excuse me, Torty in our YouTube room says, "Hear me and see my screen also." Well, actually, I'm quite surprised that anybody's in the room today. I figure we'd all be retiring from trading after trading LPA yesterday. I'm sure everybody got it right around here. 36 held all the way up to 517. Of course, I'm just kidding a little bit. I did not see this, or we saw this during the day. It got halted several times, but man, I mean, I was already gone by then. I'd already exited the room at about quarter to three yesterday, so I did not see these moves. Unbelievable. Um, Low float Costa Rica stock. I don't know anything about these guys. I mean, I can read about them, but not shortable. Now, this is not shortable at all for me at Interactive Brokers. It's not just that they'll try to find stocks for me. It just has the big red dot, not shortable, which is probably a good thing because I'm sure people yesterday, had they had shorts available, they might have looked at the 72 level, 100 level, 138 level, 140, all these levels. And they never really fell from there. And then, my goodness, after hours. Anyway, a lot of excitement with this LPA. I was wondering if maybe this FTech, this is the other one that was going crazy yesterday also. Not FTech, FTEL, sorry, FTEL. If TEL got up to $34, you never know. You just never know. Let's see. I mean, it's holding here. Another low float. Couldn't really find any news on it. Anyway, there are other things happening. So keep an eye on the gap, guys. I mean, we've had some really, really good retail earnings this month or this week. Started off with ANF. Of course, some of them not. KSS was not, but I would. There's another one that was really good. We had ANF, BlackBerry, not BlackBerry. Bed Bath and Beyond yesterday was good. GPS anyway today is good. GPS, good reaction to earnings. 2861 looks like the next the big level to try to take out on the weekly chart. And a bon matin to you too, Asi, in our YouTube room. Chewy, that's the one I was thinking of. Chewy, another retailer, did really well. On the flip side, though, Nordstrom's JWN is an earnings play, capping down a little. Sentinel is an earnings play. S is an earnings play, and it is gapping down. AMBA. Wow, this is an earnings play, and it is a big gap up. Big gap up for AMBA. The next high on the weekly chart is around 65. All right, yeah, actually 58.77. So it's right there, the weekly high. So it takes that out, and the next high is around 65. Again, not saying it's going to get there, but it's just I don't even want to call it a target. Just you should be aware though where the next highs are. Yeah, we're in for I guess some number came out. The PCE number came out at 9:30, 8:30. Sorry, 8:30 Eastern time, and that popped the market. BBBY. BBY. Doc, I made a mistake. XHG. So this started trading. don't really recall seeing this one yesterday. Started trading as that. So did it? Was it a symbol name change? Ah, yes, FLJ Group now under X. So this used to be trading as FLJ. It looks like it's an IPO, but it is not. It just is a symbol name change. Morning, Stephen and others in our YouTube room. Summit had big news. I know I left before. Excuse me. I think I left before it started resuming trading. I mean, not start. Yeah, 3 o'clock. So I was out of the room by then. So Summit had some big news. It was halted for news right here, and the news was good, obviously. Post market, it did get up to 1277. So it looks like it's down. I mean, it is down for the day, 15%. That's because it closed up here, but still, in relation to where it was halted, still way above. So okay, so I mean, listen, I don't know, William, if you really dove into this one. So pairing sharp gains yesterday, Summit Therapeutics, SMNT, plunged 25% amid concerns over China only data the company posted to highlight its lead asset against Merck's. So they've got a partner that was doing conducted the trial. They're in China, excuse me, in China. So, okay, well, so that's the reason. Guys, I mean, look, full disclosure, I'm in the NNE, guys. I missed it yesterday. Believe it or not, I took a little bit right at the end of the day. And I might be adding to it. This is an IPO for me. I'm so mad at myself. Yesterday, I missed that 7 break. I had a price alert set for it. I missed it. It popped all the way up to 950. And let's see what anything else happening. I see ASST, another so many cheap ones now, under $1. Now, if you're wondering why LPA is not showing up here, that's because I have a $100 max in here. And SMFL, high flyer yesterday, doing a financing now. Dell must be an earnings play. Dell must be an earnings play. Yeah, Dell's an earnings play. So I should have added that one to my list, guys. So yeah, Dell's an earnings play. DELL. And obviously the market is not reacting well. Was it the guidance that disappointed? Okay. Pretty significant gap. 271 million shares in the float. That's down 16%. That is a pretty significant gap down. The next low on the weekly chart is down. Wow, I mean, it's 127. We'll be seeing it's going to get there. The next low on the daily chart is 138.66. So there is that. And then if it takes that out, then you get that down to that weekly low. Yes, Don, in our YouTube room, asked for my scanners or my the page that I have my scanners on. Yeah, so if you want to take a look at my scanners right now, I usually go over this at about 10:15. But if you want to take a look at my scanners right now, just click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit until the middle section. And here are the current scans that I'm trading. This is what you see right now. The pre-market actors up and down. Okay, now I'll be putting on another layout once the market starts. But here are the scanners that I am currently sharing. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. I'm sure everything is going to be very positive. There's a SPY move. So most of the sectors are going to be positive. The only outlier could be the energy sector. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 94% in green. That means that 94% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, I don't see anything that is running. Certainly not OKE. I'm just looking for something that might be running counter to a sector. Yes, it is, but it's only down 0.6%. So just looking around here, is there anything interesting? Communications is kind of 50-50. So I do not see any outliers, guys. Again, I'm looking for something that is running really counter to the sector. Maybe the sector is down and some stock is up a lot, or vice versa. I just don't see anything like that right now. So now I haven't looked. There's no point. Usually when I go through the exercise of taking a look at the sectors with respect to their 200-day moving average, but they're also well above. I will take a look at utilities, just out of curiosity. Yeah, you can't even see it. Utilities, 63.32, so it's down here. Actually, that's not the case. Why do I not have the 200-day moving average on here? That's crazy. Give me a moment. Okay, there you are. So there's the 200-day moving average way down here. Okay, so that's way above. Let's what time is it now? 9:13. Let's go through them. Some of them you're not even going to be able to see. XLE 88.30. Well, it's getting closer though. So energy is starting to slide down. Energy is definitely, you can see the trend in energy has been down. Take a look at retail. Now, retail's had, a pretty good run actually. The last, so some of the retailers. I mean, it was having good, 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 good. NNE. You weren't going to escape from me today. Uh, yeah. So energy, guys. So energy is kind of, definitely been weakening. Healthcare, XLV. Yeah, I mean, with the SPY, I mean, the SPY has had a few down days. So, I mean, you're going to see a lot of charts that look like this on these sectors, but still well above the 200-day moving average, 137. Can't see it on the screen. Now, let's take a look at technology. Technology is going to still be way, way above. Technology 189. So it's way, can't even. Okay. What the heck is going on here? Why is it not showing up? I guess I had to add it to each one. Oh no, 189. I'm sorry, guys. I'm looking at the wrong. So I mean, it's way down here. Okay, 189 is a 200-day, so it is still well above. Anyway, you know, they're all still well above the 200-day moving average, though energy is starting to, kind of drift down towards it. Well, I can't tell you if it's a good IPO, Bill. I mean, it's it's been, since its IPO day, it's been pretty good. This is a personal thing. Obviously, here was the IPO day. Well, I'll probably start pairing some off OSK. As I say, I took a little piece, took some yesterday towards the end, right in this 865 level. This is when I was, I was already right about here. It had this is more of a feel play for me. Okay, so it's just that I was so ticked off at myself yesterday. I wanted to take this on a 7 break yesterday, and I got the alert, and it just ran from me. Definitely not trying to, not. Well, I don't try to convince anybody of anything, but to go along with this with me is just, I've got a disclosure. Want to tell you that that's what I'm doing, but boy, some of these. So wow, so it did pop through a dollar. It did pop through a dollar. So DAC. So obviously everybody's systems are different, in terms of how they can see my screen. But you asked for the news. I showed this, but obviously I don't know what sort of system you've got that you couldn't see this. But anyway, I mean, listen, I would love to see it get close to 10. Okay, I mean, I would love that. Whether it happens or not, I don't know. Right now, the bid ask is kind of going a little bit wonky. Have I loosened up my personal restriction? I have not taken one yet. No, if that's what you mean. Well, there's the LPA. Well, let's see, AMBA. Again, AMBA's an earnings play. Nice looking earnings play so far through the 200-day moving average. The next, we went over this a little bit. So the next high looking left is 58.77. So it's basically there now at 58.79. Next high in the weekly chart. Okay. Now, if it takes that out, again, it has room to 65. Goal is, to try to find the all day runners. We've had a few, a couple of days ago was ANF. We had Chewy. I thought Foot Locker might be the one yesterday. It just wasn't. GPS, HBQ. Thank you, HBQ. That was the one yesterday. HBQ. GPS. Let's take a look. Maybe GPS. This is the gap. Or okay. Now it has to take out. The next high is looking left. 27.86. So it's above that. Then the next high is 28.37. So it's got a little bit of room. I really think, if it can clear these highs on the weekly chart, it's holding its gains in the pre-market, which is nice. All right, guys. So what I want to do now is get to the scans I'll be using, or my layout that I'll be using once the market opens. Oh, sorry about that. Yes. What was I talking about? I'm sorry. I put myself on mute as this was loading. Oh, GME. I was talking about GME, guys. So yeah, keep an eye on GME if it takes out this high of 2 days ago, okay, which is 22.98. because then it has some room to 2666. So what am I creating a strategy? I'm in a search alerts window. If I have three or four patterns in there, will require all of them present. So, okay, I'm not sure. If you have three or four alerts, different alerts, they'll all fire, if that makes sense. So in other words, oh, give me a moment. Okay, sorry about that. So in any alert, let me take a look at this this one here that I usually demonstrate when I'm explaining what Trade Ideas is all about. Maybe this will help. So when I look at this, so you'll notice I only have one real-time alert here. Okay, all of these filter values have to be met. So these are the ands. Okay, this is what we call the ands. Every single filter value has to be met. Prices between 1 and 100 and the current volume is 3, etc. If you have more than one alert though, real-time alert, they'll all trigger, okay? If that makes sense. So I only typically uh, don't think there's any. I might have one scan that might have two triggers, two real-time alerts, but typically on my scans I only have one real-time alert. But, in theory, I could put an alert also for a new 5-minute high. So if all the filters were met and the stock met a new 5-minute high, I would get an alert. Okay. Does that make sense, John? So the alerts are ORs. If I have a new high of the day, or a new 5-minute high, or a new 30-minute high, all real time, they'll all trigger independently as long as all these filter values are met. Does that make sense? Is that what you're asking? So when you are you talking about a specific alert window, alert, or is that a filter? I don't use it. So the bottom pattern recognition, bottom. You talking about this broadening bottom, triangle bottom, rectangular bottom, double bottom? Well, this is an alert, so if you have this, then you know, assuming all your other filters that you've got are satisfied, you'll get a real time alert. Now, when you say modify it in terms of this hours of trading, the best thing to do is click on it and click on help, and then you'll get a big description about what the hours of trading means. I don't use this, so I have no experience with it. So, Will, are you a premium subscriber or are you a standard subscriber? Question about our back tester. Are you a premium subscriber or a standard subscriber? More than likely, you're a standard subscriber. You only have availability of, well, how much are you paying? So, do you have access to the AI? That's a good segue. If you have our AI, guys, well, do you have our AI? Do you use our AI? Okay, then you're a standard subscriber. You only have 10. You only have 10 tries with the back tester. The back tester is part of our premium service. That's the reason. And if you have our AI, guys, just to let you know, got 30 seconds before the market opens. This is all I would do. Click on New from our toolbar. Click on the middle one where it says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. Notice it's blank. You'll get no alerts. You'll get no alerts until at least 9:40. Okay, 10 minutes after the market opens. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. Also, I'd make sure the filter box says none. If it doesn't, hit the little down arrow and uncheck whatever is there. 10 total. It's just a to give you a taste of what it is, okay, Will. If you wanna have access to back testing unlimited, then you have to have a premium subscription. Well, it is what it is, you know? It's a premium service. Most of our customers do not do that. It's a something that most of our customers do not do, so it really doesn't affect most of our customers, so come on, get well, what do you mean, why make a YouTube video about it? Because, if people want it, we do a video on it, so we show what it's all about. I mean, so, if it's that important to a person that they wanna backtest strategies, and it's a big part of their trading plan, then you get our premium service. Well, I'm not here to argue about, why we did a video on it. I mean, we did a video on it, we have it in our homepage. It's like the AI. Not everybody has it. All right, guys, wow. This is a big winner for me now, the 9 NNE. NNE. Back to bed, guys. I'm out most of it now. Just because most people don't do it doesn't mean we wouldn't do a video on it, okay? For the people who do it. All right. Wow, that's a rush. Okay, well, I don't want to argue with you, okay? If you don't, I mean, we did a video on it. Some people use it, so those who do and are interested in backtesting, we point them to the video. It's not like we only have one person who does it, so we have enough that we would warrant a video. So anyway, whew, that was a rush, guys. I mean, I was hoping maybe for a 10 break. I did not. I mean, I didn't get it. I didn't get out of it right at the very top, but man, okay. There's got to be other stuff happening. The only reason I don't look at the DHAC, this is a SPAC, okay? So, it's up to you. This is a SPAC. Maybe they've indicated, wow, I mean, that's a big pullback now on the NNE. All right, guys, next one might be GME, but I'm going to tread lightly now. If in terms of risk now, I'm probably going to reduce my risk on everything. 22.98 was the high of 2 days ago. All right, what's the SPY doing? So we had that pop at 8:30 with those numbers, but look at this. We had a 9 o'clock red bar. This is our opening 15-minute candle, the green bar there. Man, GME guys, I'm not in it. That was kind of the entry though. Just over 23, taking out the high of 2 days ago. So when I say I'm going to scale back, what I mean by that is, if my normal risk per trade is say, throw out a number, $500 a trade, every trade, then I'm going to scale that back. Speaking of HP, there's a HP on the way down now, guys. HPE on the way down. They don't have earnings until June. So GPS didn't do it. Okay. GPS did not do it. Yeah, no kidding. Tanking. So this is not going to be one of those that has a nice run all day long. Okay, so this Best Buy is continuation from yesterday, guys. BBY continuation from yesterday. Look at GME, guys. 26 is your next potential target. Again, I don't like to say target. All I want to say is when you look left, that is the next high looking left. 2671. Now, Sentinel is an earnings play. 14th. Yeah, okay, good. It did not drop from there. So some of the ones from yesterday were just really, really good on the 10-day daily breakdown so far. But I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. So this might give us an opportunity later. We had an alert for Sentinel at right down here, but it's popping. Now, VSC just popped into the combo scan. You can see, though, there is your next high looking left on the daily chart, which is 1368. And if it can get through that, the next high is 14 on the weekly chart. So there's not a ton of room. Had the next highs been up here, 1540, I'd be a little more inclined to take a look at this. Because of course, it's so NNE guys. Now I'm basically completely out of it. Okay, try to hold just a little piece of it, but I'm basically out of it. But in case it gets over 10 again, I want to know about it. All right. Well, here's that SPAC going. It's halted on the way down. Okay, so here's a super cheap one, guys. VCNX. Oh boy, what could happen on this one? So this is a very, I mean, look at the float. I want to check another website, see what sort of float information they have on it. It's about the same, actually. Actually, it is the same. So this is a very low float, thousand share or less than a million in the float. Okay, so when this opens, and here is the potential. So this is the first time I'm showing this screen here. I go to dilution tracker, sorry, Luis G. I go to dilution tracker. Guys, ASTS at 9 now. I'll give you the here's the site. Okay, I think they're pretty reliable. So that's why when I see something that has a very low float for us, or some insane that like we've seen a few that like have several billion in the float and they're up 100%, it's impossible. So anyway, this is the first time I'm showing this. ASTS guys, over nine, over nine. So this is the first time I'm showing this, the VCNX or the this blue screen. This is Halts resumes from, sorry, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales for Interactive Brokers. Tells me the halt price. This column over here tells you where the potential open is. Okay. Good for you guys on the NVOS. I hope. Hope that's not on a halt on the way down. So anyway, if you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes, typically they are 5 minutes long. So if this is 5 minutes long, this is going to open in less than a minute. This got halted at 9:38 plus 41 seconds, so 9:43 plus 41 seconds, so about 40 seconds from now. If it's a 5 minute halt, if it's not a 5 minute halt, then typically they are multiples of five. So we be 5, 10, 15, etc. Okay. Now, because this is such a low float, and I know the volume is very low right now, my anticipation is that it could explode when it comes out of the halt. So this could be the wild one for the day. All right, so we have the resumption. So there it is, a little bit above the halt price. Your audio is out. Well, I hope it's just you, Don. So guys can hear me, right? Is it out? Okay, now I'm getting a fine. Remember, I don't talk all the time, guys. This is not the radio. Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, well, again, you might want to keep an eye on this VFC, okay? Just because, yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me, the potential resistance is not that far away, 35 cents away. All right, we are 15 minutes in. Now I see GME pulled right back, guys. How many shorts available for GME today at Interactive Brokers? And the answer is 2 million still. So, and if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is a trading room, but it is also a support room. Okay. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions. If I happen to be tied up in a trade or, doing something else that I can't answer immediately, I'll let you know. But typically that's not the case. So don't be shy, ask questions. And if I cannot answer, maybe it's a scan you're looking for. We have 5 other traders at Trade Ideas. And so I would direct you to send an email. And we all see the emails coming in. But again, please don't be shy. Don't. There's no such thing as a stupid question. We all started out trading at one point brand new. Okay. Now, NVOS, did that halted on the way up? Yes. Good for you guys then. So this is still halted. So the halt, we have a potential open around 112. Again, this does not have to stay. This is not written in stone. And what I'm trying to say, this is giving you maybe a bit of a clue as to where it is going to open. But if I had the screen up long enough, you will see that that number changes over the 5 minutes typically. But at least it gives you. So if you're in this one, what you want to see, of course, is a number above that halt price over here. You don't want to see, for instance, 90 cents. Wow, look at GME now, guys. This is first 15 minutes of trading. Oh, very, very, very difficult. All right, I'm out of everything now, guys. North. I call it northeast because I have that one text to voice. That is a scan that is hitting, and it's I have it text to voice. Woo! Look at this. Okay, well, you wonder, are they going to do a financing even? What do I think of Lucy? Lucy? Well, it's been erratic the last couple of days. I had the news about Eddie Bauer and their eyeglasses. I mean that's what sparked it 4 days ago, I guess. But I find it right now, difficult to intraday trade anyway. Ooh, thank you for get. Now I'm really glad I'm out of it. Wow. This is almost like they're doing a financing. See, if you were in, this is what you would not want to see. Okay, there's your halt, 839, 750. Boy, I'm staring at my exits, my entries on my exits, and you know, trading, a lot of fun, but boy, you've got to pay attention. Now, I would never have predicted this would happen, but all right, Shady and the BNAI. Let's take a look at BNAI. Whoa, no kidding. Well, let's see. I mean, there's the 2 day ago high, 261. Nice one. Again, you hit this one yesterday or 2 days ago, also. Well, let's see if I can maintain over this three or that. What is this? 316. 316 is the high, and that kind of like that. It just triggered. And the next high looking left is 360. So there is still room. Still room. All right. So this is a pullback play on the AI. You can kind of see that is a pullback play on the AI, our AI guys for GPS. Now, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. There's no videos that's going to show you, well, you get this alert, this is what you should do. But you have to recognize what obviously what it was looking for is a pullback. All right. Well, I appear like I've missed this one. Marvel, guys. No, wow. Marvel is an earnings play, I do believe. MRVL. Yeah, this is an earnings play. What a mixed bag. I think this got mildly positive right here, but then the market opened at 9:30 and curse flat. Look at this. Now, why I'm saying that also is that it showed up. Marvel showed up at 70.77, so there's a dollar move now. This is a short opportunity. This scan right here, the 10-day daily breakdown. The first two you see early, and they chopped around. Now, ah, so you can see that for me, I like waiting at least 15. Now I run the risk of something that you get an alert and it just keeps moving in that direction for a while, but I'm prepared for that. Now my problem with okay, here's your VCNX. Now what's the volume? Yeah, see how the volume. What was the volume when it was halted? Was it that much? 119,000. I consider myself insanely lucky on this NNE, guys. I mean, that is a. I mean, all I was hoping for was to get up to 10, and it certainly did. All right, here's another one, guys. ADRT just got halted. Ugly looking 15-minute chart. This is from yesterday. ADRT just got halted. Probably a low float. Pretty low. Oh, that's nuts. I have to now. Here's where I have to check another website. 67,000 in the float. Come on. I mean, something's going on here. They don't even have the float listed, so that means it's a large cap of some sort. Anybody got go to another site and maybe find out what the maybe I don't know. Go to another site, find out what they have for the float. Hard for me to believe it's 67,000. But what I'm saying here in the oh wait a minute, I'm on the wrong site. Just give me a moment. Okay. Well, it's low, 188,000. It's not 67,000, but it's crazy low. So I'm not going to bug our people on this because I mean it's still super low. Well, Drew, that's what we have, 67,000. I went to another website that I really trust. Oh, here's the LPA. What is it doing? Oh my goodness. Wonder what the spread's like. Ah, this is a great spread, guys. 360, 585. Basically impossible to trade. Look at that spread. Again, this is a blue screen here. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is LPA. You can't see it. It's not halted, but look at that spread. 380, 600. Crazy. Why look at it? Because it got halted. I had to, because it showed up here. I don't know what I'm going to see until I click on it. So that's why. So my reluctance on the GPS guys is this: what happened? I mean, there was a reason for this. The market is not on our side right now to go long. This is an earnings play, so I mean, in theory, excuse me, in theory, it could, start trading completely on its own. The alpha stock. Remember when Chewy and ANF were moving higher all day long? The market was not helping them. So these stocks don't absolutely need the market to help, but I'm also, that was a big drop, 28.35 down to 20. I mean, that was a big pullback down to 25. So gives me pause. Oh man, well, this is going to be a longer halt now for the NNE. All right, guys, CSLR is having some volume. All right, so NNE, let's see what happened. Where did it open? Yeah, I'm going to, this one is just too erratic. VCNX. I mean, I thought maybe it'd have a huge pop based on that float, but yeah, excellent. Great call by Shady on the BNAI. The next high, 359, and it's kind of right there. Got a little bit above it. If it can get through that, 432. Oh man. Well, here's the Marvel guys continuing down, not in it. The next low looking left has some room, a little bit of room, but a dollar to the next low, $68 to the next low. Don't yell at me now. Just looking at the LPA. Just got halted again. So, Stephen, are my scanners free to use? I'm asking because I have no way to pay. No, they're not, unfortunately, free to use. That is, I mean, that's how the company makes money. We charge subscriptions for our, well, for whatever you want. You get the scanners that I have, the other traders have, the scanners you may want to create on your own. But no, that's how we make money by, having people subscribe to the program and then they get access to the scanners. Conrad, my impression is that they all have to split or forward split. All the NVDs, DAs associated, the longs, the shorts, there are a whole bunch of them. They have to, because if they don't, the prices will look out of whack, in my opinion. Thank you, Pepe. And that's next week sometime, right? Is there an official date yet for the? Maybe if I type in NVDA, I might see if there's an official date. Is it June 5th, 6th, June 7th? Thank you. Hit the post. So June the 7th is Tuesday. So on Tuesday, NVIDIA does its 1 for 10 forward split. So your price will be about $110 when it does that. All right. Well, who's right, Pepe or JM? Oh, you are right. I'm sorry. You know what? Forgot to change my calendar. Yeah, you're right. It's on Friday, June the 7th. Oh my goodness. So now NNE is halted on the way up. I mean, pretty erratic trading now, obviously. ASAN is an earnings play and it is drifting down. Okay. It's almost at yesterday's, getting closer and closer to yesterday's, excuse me, close. Nordstrom's is actually, I mean, look at Nordstrom's. I mean, early this morning, and this is an earnings play, and it got down on earnings, but it has now gone positive. JWN, Nordstrom's. You guys can short now. I was used to joke around saying you can't short it. My wife's favorite store, but then they yanked all the Nordstrom stores from Canada last year. So I don't care what you do with them. Multiple, let's see, $19 a share by Tesla. Well, it's there now. Evercore, 19, so they're the same. Just trying to find Bank of America, cover underperform at a target of 18. So nothing stellar. I don't see anybody, raising their target to 30 or something. Take a look at DJT, see if there's any shorts available. Interactive Brokers. Yeah, there are a few, 23,000, nothing. So NNE halted again on the way up this time. I did see somebody in our YouTube room, Shaw, Mongo database. Was that MDB? Is that MDB? Yeah, MDB. Yeah, it must be an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Didn't mention it in the pre-market. I guess I should have. Yeah, this is an earnings play, MDB. Great call, Shady. I'm just looking to see if there's any specific news on this one. I remember if there was news that popped it a couple of days ago. I can't remember anymore. And again, the next high in the daily chart is 432. Low float, 14.5 million in the float. Wow, that's a quite the daily, quite the 15-minute candle. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Amba, guys, is now on the move here. This is an earnings play. Amba's on the move, and it has some room. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 65 and a half or so. So this has got some room. Amba's got some room. Yeah, Lucy is very messy. I have that one thumbnailed. Very messy looking now. Here's one that I had yesterday and got out. I can't remember if I took a small loss or got a small gain on it. HNRG, and I think it was right around here. I got out, and then after that, it just had a beautiful run from 8 to 850, and it's doing its thing again. This showed up, I believe, on the option, the combo scanner. The combo scanner is a combination of an 8-day breakout or 8-day breakdown plus abnormal option activity. We only have one today right now, the VFC, and it's really not done anything yet. That is what prevented me. You see that red line? That was the next high on the daily chart. So that prevented me from, getting too excited about it. Well, there's the GPS now. Hmm. Okay, this did just show up on the combo scanner. I mean, it's got some room, guys. 2820 is the high looking left on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, I'm just a little reluctant though, with the market doing this, I'm just a little reluctant. If it hadn't had such a huge pullback, I might be a little more interested, but I mean, again, entertainment purposes only right now, but look at the LPA. LPA now is at the post-market high. The spread is tightened. It's not 200 anymore. It's only about $80. Believable. And look at the look at the volume. 26,000 shares. All right, guys. VRNA, which should not show up at all in the pre-market, is starting to move here. VRNA. Excuse me. Now the next high, looking left, it's got some room. 1334. It got $1 to that next high. Not saying it's getting there, and you're chasing it now. So let's see if it can pause a bit. Maybe even pull back to something that might make sense. 1197 is the VWAP. Maybe a little pullback, and which might act as support. But it's got room. VRNA has got room. It had no action in the pre-market. Well, listen, I mean, it may work. I know it's an AI play. It may work, but I'm just a little reluctant right now because of that huge pullback. I mean, the stock was up at 28.14 and it pulled all the way back down to 20, underneath 25. And then it did pop. If the market, with what the market's doing, it's not going to get any market help at all. And a lot of times it won't matter when it's an earnings play because it'll kind of trade on its own. Listen, it may work. It may work fabulously. I mean, I'm just having a tough time though. That's all. That's the reason. But don't listen to me. Well, you are listening to me, but you have to make up your own mind because it does have some room. I mean, 28.23 is the high over here. So it does have some room. All right, so the NVOS is sort of basing a bit, if you can call that basing a bit, with all these topping tails and bottoming tails. The next high looking left is a dollar 32 or so, dollar 33 on the weekly chart. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room if it just sort of settles down a bit. There was some news after the company approved. Well, there's Okay, there's more news then because now they've approved a $5 million stock repurchase. But that wasn't the first news that I saw. They're also conducting a strategic review to increase maximum. Okay, so, but the initial news I saw was something else. Now GPS is right back up. I mean, it is it is definitely a little bit erratic because again, look what it got down to again, got down to 27.15. So right back down to there was the alert from the AI at 27.03. So now we've got a little bit, I mean, just a minor disconnect in the market. The Dow has been thumped for the last 3 days, I believe, maybe 4 days, well, 3 days. The Dow is basically flat. Nas is down today, not much. SPY's down. All right, guys, Summit SMMT obviously has got a ton of room. Okay, if you want to short this one. Um, Now, what might hold it is in the pre-market. Looks like 760 or so. If it gets down below 7, though, I'm going to stick an alert there just in case it does. I mean, here is the disparaging headline about in quotes, the China only trial beats Merck's Keytruda. All right, guys, 10:20 now. So this is the time when I talk a little bit about my homepage and the information you can find on it. And today is the last day of the 28% promo for an annual subscription. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So, two promos you'll see here. So, if you all you want is a monthly subscription, you can use this promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only. Okay. If you want to take on an annual subscription, you want to get 28%, you can use this annual 28. So that's good for either the standard or premium. If you're currently sitting there with a monthly and you wouldn't mind upgrading or getting an annual subscription, you can do so using that promo. Okay. And this is over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. I think I can say that pretty confidently. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. The reason being is that this is a free room. When people take out a subscription using my code, the room gets credit for the subscription, and that goes a long ways to keeping this room free. Okay. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First one is your download and install for startup and login. Episode 7, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. It's a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here, though, is all the important aspects of trade ideas in 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and it's free, 38 videos. So if you're new to trading, I think this is a really good resource for you. Okay. Free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. I always amazed how many people sign up and they don't seem to get them. I don't know what is what goes on there, but a lot of times it's in your spam folder. Education section is here. Here's our user guide. Excellent user guide. And as always, do not get hung up on how much is in it in this user guide. It's like any other software program, a lot of information. Start off with the getting started. Okay, that's that getting started, the 10 short videos. You want more information about an alert window right here, a top list window. Want to find out about stock racing right here. I use price alerts all the time. You see me, you see when my price alert screen pops up on my screen, that is because I've used price alerts on the charts. You want to create your own watch list right here. Okay, so most of the time, some of the questions that you might have can be answered in the guide. But if you have a question, like I have no problem demonstrating on the screen if I can help you. Okay, getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Friday. It should be Andy. And I think it's a good idea to head over to our YouTube room when I do take my break. 5 days of the week, 5 different traders take over for me. I think it's a good idea because we all have different trading styles. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy. And last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you scroll down after clicking on my homepage link, scroll down, center section, here are my scans. So you can see this one right here is the relative strength leaders. I know I've abbreviated it, but it is the same as this, okay? And also, I've got the halts resumes over here, but I have other scans that I'm sharing that I flash on the screen from time to time. Here are the breakouts and the breakdowns and the option activity, and also the combo scan, combining the option activity and the breakouts or breakdowns. Now, a word I don't trade options, but I'm looking for stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So if you have any questions about any of these, of course you can ask. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a real-time alert scanner, okay? A scanner. A lot of differences between a screener. Well, there are major differences between a screener and a scanner. We screen, of course, and this is what I mean. If I right click on this alert window, because there are a lot of companies out there that kind of claim to be scanners, we sort of take umbrage with that, perhaps. We are a real-time alert scanner for sure. If I click on the summary, this is the screening aspect. So in this particular scan that I created, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, approximately 10:30 Eastern time. This is why I call a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. Okay. So the whole concept is this: if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was at 10:19 plus 42 seconds for NVOS. When it hit 126, it is now 10:26. So, in 7 minutes, we have not had a real-time alert. But that's how this works. These are all real-time alerts meeting all these filter requirements. Now, if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. Click on search this time. So, new high of the day, new low of the day, the top two real-time alerts that we've got. That's why we're at the very top. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. All these icons are real-time alerts. And when you get to these icons, these are all the filters that we've got. So, again, I say this every single day. If you're new to this, don't get hung up on how many we've got. If you're sitting there thinking, man, this is a complicated program, how am I possibly going to learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to. I mean, the only reason we have so many is when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a complicated programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters in order to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to create their own scans and combine, our real-time alerts and filters to get that type of a scan. Okay. So you don't have to learn them all. I only use the new high and the low of the day. That's it. And just a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean the rest of these are no good. It just means for my style of trading, that's all I care about. I have a very simple style of trading. But you might look at my scan here and like the concept of it, but perhaps you don't like this price range. You can always change any of my scans. Of course, you can change anything you want. So a lot of people might not like that price range. So maybe, change it to what you want. Maybe you have an indicator that you'd like to add, maybe the RSI or something. You can do it. You can always modify any one of my scans. Okay, so now as an intraday trader, and I think if you're an intraday trader also, your number one goal every single day should be to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, why do you want to trade something that well doesn't really trade? Okay, you get stuck in a trade and you can't get out. Why would you want to do that? So, my goal every day is, of course, to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. This screen right here that you see, the relative strength leaders from the close percent, if you're new to trading, this is something that, it's only going to show you the ones that are moving higher, but you could maybe just pay attention to these symbols all day long. Now, it doesn't mean that when you see a symbol here that you just take the trade. That's why you have to practice trading. That's why we have a simulator, real-time simulator. You need our standard service for it, but you can practice trading. But at least what's showing you here, I mean, look at NVOS. Its relative volume is 1,400 times normal. Okay, it's traded 174 million shares. 17 million is the float. This is obviously an exceedingly abnormally trading stock today. Now, the trick is, okay, how do you trade it? Does it meet your trading style, your plan, your price range, things like that? But instead of having to scour 10,000 stocks, the universe of stocks, to find, oh, well, I wonder what they're trading abnormally. This one window will show you that. Now, of course, I have some of my other ones that of course, I look at. The breakouts are trading abnormally. The breakdowns are trading abnormally. And just to give you an idea, look at AMBA as an example. AMBA, earnings play. Its relative volume is 20. That means it's trading 20. That's a low float for a $59 stock, 38 million. But no, its relative volume is 20. That means it's trading 20 times normal. Why is it doing that? It's an earnings play. Okay, you'll hear me talk about earnings plays all the time. For me, any stock that released earnings the day after the market closes, the day before, or this morning before the market opens, is an earnings play. Typically, that is when a stock becomes very, very active. Especially some of the more, I'm not saying AMBA is obscure, but some of the obscure stocks, every 3 months they have to release earnings. And some of these stocks, you won't you'll hear about them for a couple of days when they release earnings, and then you won't hear about them for another 3 months. But on the day they do have earnings, most stocks will have abnormal volume. So here's AMBA, 20 times normal. Also, 3,900 contracts have traded. Is that abnormal? I don't know. Let's take a look. Well, it is. It's 1.9, 192% of normal, 1.9 times normal. So that's why it's showing up on the combo scanner. It's a 10-day daily breakout. Its relative volume is high. I have a minimum of 150% in the option volume. So it has to be trading at least 1.5 times normal. And I have other filters in that combo scan, but that's why it made it in there. You don't get too many, just because, I mean, it's tough for a stock to, be trading abnormally option wise, abnormal volume, also being a 10 or a 20-day breakout, a 10 or a 10 or breakout or breakdown. Now, what's interesting too in this particular screen that you're seeing here is, in fact, what I would be doing is taking a look at some of these ones that are, I mean, are only up, A-Ray. It's only up 11% only. Okay. Sometimes later on in the day, these are the ones that start to really move. So you click on it, you click on it down here. And if you like what you see, I mean, I can see that. I mean, if this takes out 183 later, you can kind of see that there is a nice little gap to fill, potentially up to 221. Okay, so the fact that it's only up 11% right now, but what if it gets moving later on in the day? Volume picks up, just stuff like that. Some of the ones that aren't moving that much that are at the bottom here. I hate to look at this SWIN, but I still have an alert set up here. If you didn't see this one got up to $40 how many days ago? 5 days ago. And of course, weeks ago, it got up to 73. So for Shady's BNAI, this is actually looks like it's trying to a red bar ignored. So you have this huge uptrend. You have this red bar, which is totally engulfed by the previous 15-minute candle. And then this bar pops above it. So that above the 394, which is the high of that red bar. So that could get going. I know Shady hopes it does, and I hope it does for him too. 434 is the next high. So we've got this now. The tech stocks are getting beaten up, and no, the Nas is getting beaten up a bit, and Dow is a little bit up. So we've got this little bit of a disconnect. So that PCE number that popped the market is now a thing of the past. I don't think anybody was talking, right? I'm just looking at our economic calendar. Excuse me. What do we have on store later on? So the Chicago PMI number came out at 9:45. I don't know if that is the reason, but after that, we really don't have much going on. Bostic is talking at 6:15 p.m. Eastern time, so that's after the market closes. So I don't know. Maybe that Chicago PMI number really affected the market. I don't know. So if you're looking for shorts, okay, you could take this screen right here and flip it. I'll do it. First, I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, so basically what I did is I took it out of this dock. Okay, the dock allows you to kind of move things all at once. I call it an advanced topic. You don't have to dock. Okay, so here it is. Now all I have to do is flip it. How do I do that? Right click, configure, see where it says flip. So it's a really simple way of taking a scan that you might have, a top list you might have, scan or a top list, and flipping it. So, and what can be flipped? Well, let's take a look. Only thing that can be flipped is really stocks will have to be down from yesterday's close. You can't flip a price, you can't flip current volume, you can't flip shares. So let's see what happens when we do that. Okay. Then you would give it another name. We call it probably relative strength losers. Okay. And now we'll flip it and let's see what we see. Okay. There you go. Now this is going to look a lot like my pre-market actives up. This looks a lot like my pre-market actives up, and this looks a lot like my pre-market actives down. Okay. So if you have those two scans, you could run them all day long if you wanted to. But you can see right here, there's MDB. There's that Summit. I almost took the short on Summit. Oh, I'm glad I didn't. Really glad I didn't. But anyway, this is how that works, guys. If you're really interested in shorting, if you just take one of these and flip it. For me, I don't mind just looking at this. If I'm looking to short things, the breakdowns. All right, let's see what else is happening here. ADRT, this was the one that, yeah, I mean, it's still really no volume, such a low float. Okay, PHR guys, this is also an earnings play. Okay, this PHR didn't really see it in the pre-market. It didn't really trade in the pre-market. That's why I didn't see it. This is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. 1855, sorry, 1864 was the alert. But let's take a look left. What do we see? So 1790, 1787 or so is the next low looking left on a weekly chart. So it's got a little bit of room, but we're looking at it rather extended right now. I mean, it may just keep moving down like it is, but it's a little too extended for me to take it. Look at GPS, guys. I mean, got to hand it to it. It is trying. There was the alert from the RAI at 2703. Had several opportunities to trade it or to get into it if you miss it the first time. Again, I was a little concerned about that big pullback. And here's the other thing, guys. Okay, I mean, if you're a true trader, you're not going to put a stop for GPS down here, in my opinion. Okay, that most of the stops seem to be at the low of the day, and obviously I would never do that because remember what that's if you follow that exactly, that's going to limit the number of shares you can take. The reason being is that remember how many shares you take. Ooh, wait a minute. Here's one that's showing up. Another AI one. Maybe it'll be a little sympathy to be an AI. You know what? I haven't gone over. I have not gone over simulated trading this week at all, and money management at all. So I think I'll do that right now. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So you need this in order to practice trading. Okay. This is this is called B plus, brokerage plus, and you can practice trading in it. Now you have to have our downloadable application to have this. Okay. If you're using our web-based version, it won't work. It's not available. So if you click on from our toolbar, click on new and then brokerage plus right at the top here. And you need our standard service at least, okay? You don't have to have our premium service to practice trading, but you need our standard service. And this is what you're going to see. Now, it says not connected, so just click on sim, and that should, sim for simulated trading, that should turn it to paper trading. Depending on now, I shouldn't have to keep saying this, but you may be on a bill that is ancient, and it might say account instead of paper trading. It says account, just click on it, and then click on TI paper trading. Now you're in a paper trader. Okay. Now you can practice trading. So let me get one so I can practice so I can show you a little bit about my money management anyway. Let's do it on the BNAI. And I do this off screen because the window might disappear behind. So I clicked on BNAI, okay? And when I clicked on it, so you click on any symbol, it'll show up here. I'm going to take 500 shares, and I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy, and I'm going to send it. And now I'm in this trade, okay? This is in the simulator. Entry price was 376. I will put a stop at 356. I will explain why. I'm doing all this to make the math simple. When I add it, you're going to see a red line in the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100. Well, in this case, not even approximately, it says minus 100. I got to find it again. Here we are. Okay, so the way I trade is I will have a checklist. I'm always actually looking for reasons not to take a trade, okay? So my checklist, I have a checklist. I have to be able to check everything before I take a trade. Now, a lot of the things in my checklist are already covered in my scans. I'm not going to see something out of the price range I don't want. I'm not going to see something that doesn't have at least the minimum volume that I want, and a minimum relative volume, things like that. Doesn't matter what my price range is or my minimum volume. It doesn't matter. You have to develop your own trading style. But just to let you know, I have a checklist. Everything's got to be checked. So in this case, again, I'm using this in the simulator. I'll say, okay, everything was checked. That's the first step. The next step for me is, okay, but if the trade doesn't work, where am I going to get out of this if it doesn't work? Where's my out? Okay. So what I did on this one is I put it 20 cents away just to make the math easy. The reason I did that is because that's the next step. Well, okay, then I determine where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And then my next step is I look left. Because if I'm going to take the trade, I want to make sure it has enough room to run, that it makes sense to me based on where my stop is. So I put a 20-cent stop in this one. I would have to be able to look left and see that there's the next high was at least 40 cents away. In other words, I'll risk 20 cents to maybe make 40 cents. Now, just because the next high is at least 40 cents away doesn't mean it's going to get there. But I certainly, if the next high looking left was 5 cents away, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. Okay. And if the next high is, more than 40 cents away, it's 60 cents, 80 cents, even better, obviously. But for me, the way I trade, if I'm going to risk 20 cents, I have to be able to look left and have a reasonable expectation of the stock moving 40 cents for me. So whatever. So if X is my stop, and I have to be able to make 2X or an expectation of making 2X. Okay. So if all that lines up, then I take the trade. Now, how many shares do I take? Well, that will be determined on how much are you willing to risk on the trade. Risking on the trade meaning if it doesn't work, how much are you actually willing to lose on the trade? So the way I trade is that I risk about the same amount every trade. So in other words, I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. Within reason, in the simulator, what I demonstrate is risking $100 a trade. That's why it says minus 100. So if it got down to that price, it will take me out of the trade for a $100 loss. That's why I was just trying to make the math simple. Okay, that's why I took a 20-cent stop on it, 500, and I took 500 shares. 500 times 20 cents equals 100. Now my stops are based on most of the time, what I'm seeing on a 15-minute chart, where I think there could be some support. Okay, and that's where I could base my stop. If I were starting out, though, just to start out, because support is my idea of support may be completely different from 10 other people's in this room. We could have 10 other different ideas. So what I would do is maybe take a look at the low of maybe the previous 5-minute chart. Okay, that's a defined number, or 5-minute candle. That is a defined number. There's no guesswork. Okay, and just practice using it. I'm not saying that will be your ultimate stop, once you get, used to trading, but practice using that just to see, or maybe the low of a 10-minute candle, or, a 15. 15 is going to be a pretty wide stop, but, you can practice, because I do get it. You might look at that. Well, I have no idea where my stop should be. Well, again, It's a defined number, the low of the previous 5-minute candle or 10 or 15. Practice it. Just practice it and see how comfortable you get. Okay? So that's number 1. So, have a plan. Why are you taking a trade? Why are you taking a trade? Should have, I mean, really the corollary is looking for all sorts of reasons not to take the trade. The volume's terrible. I don't like the price range. It's already gapped up too much. There could be a lot of reasons not to there will be way more reasons not to take a trade than there are to take a trade. Okay. You got to be selective. So now you're in the trade. Now, first of all, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with your live account. Now, yes, people are going to say, yeah, but in the simulator, it's not real world. I get it. There's some slippage. Um, you know, depending on maybe commissions, things like that. But if you cannot make money in the simulator, I mean, I would just forget about trying to, hook up to your live account and think, well, I'm just going to make money right off the bat. Especially if you don't understand how to read charts. Because remember, every time I click on an alert, a symbol, the chart is telling me a story. If you don't know how to decipher that story, forget about it. You have to understand how to read charts. Now, so let's say you've made money in a simulator for a while, and people ask, well, how long is it going to take? I have no idea. Everybody's different. How much work are you willing to put into it? But let's say you're able to make money in a simulator, and now you're ready to take that leap trading live. One of the most difficult things about trading live is in a simulator, it's so simple, of course, to obey your stops. Okay. Because, it's not your money, it's not real money. So, yeah, you get stopped out, big deal, move on. But sometimes it's really difficult when you are trying to, when you start to trade with your live account. You get into a trade and everything sets up. I mean, some will even set up better than others. Maybe there's even some news. Okay. News is not a reason I take a trade, but it can be a bonus. Okay. If the news is good enough, if I'm going long, if my perception of the news is good, well, okay. But it's not a reason, but it could be a bonus. So okay. You get into the trade. Our room is talking about it. Looks really good. And it doesn't work. It's just starting to drift down to your stop price. You can't believe it. So the second guessing comes into play. Maybe my stop was too tight. Even if it's the type of stop you've been using in the simulator, maybe my stop was too tight because this is going to work. So you allow it to go down through your stop price. So that manageable loss, whatever for your account size, whatever that was, in this case, the $100, now starts turning into 200, 300, 400, $500 loss. And finally you sell, you kick yourself for not getting out at your stop with a manageable loss. And those of you who have been in the room forever, you know what I'm going to say next. Almost as bad is not obeying your stop and then having it come back on you. You're down 500 and then it comes all the way back and now you're up two, three, $400 and you say, wow, so glad I didn't obey my stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, had somebody, hit me over the head with a hammer a few times to obey my stop. Well, first of all, I didn't even know what a stop was when I first started trading. I had no idea. But anyway, that can happen. Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop, first of all, what happens is when you don't obey your stop and now you're down two, three, $400, all sorts of horrible emotions start hitting, and your body, you're sweating and you're beating yourself up. And it's really hard, to continue trading when you're feeling like that. Sure, it comes back and you feel great, but a lot of times that's not going to happen. And then do it a few times, and that'll just basically destroy your account. In the old days, when commissions were really, really expensive, I'm talking two, three, four, $500 a trade. A lot of times, was based on the dollar amount of the trade. Yeah, it was really hard to obey your stop because you say to yourself, "Wow, if I'm going to lose my commission if I get back into the trade, I'm going to have to, that same commission will be in place." So nowadays, there's no excuse. Okay, you either have a commission-free broker or even horrors paying a half a cent a share at Interactive Brokers. So not getting out of a trade because of the commission is just a non-issue anymore. And the other thing is, just think of it this way. You know, maybe you get into a trade, and who knows? Maybe you were in a trade that was kind of more or less following the market, or maybe you didn't know it was following the market that closely, and then all of a sudden this happens. You can't predict this, okay? You don't know that's going to happen. You get into a trade, here in the market looking okay. Remember now, at this point, the market was pretty positive. So you get into a trade, and then this happens. You can't know what's going to happen ahead of time. So get out of the trade. What happens if the market turns around? Maybe that same stock sets up for you again. Maybe the same type of way. You can always get back into the trade. And please, please, please do not, you're going to do it, but please don't get into a revenge trading, okay? Even if you are obeying your stop. So you get out of this trade. This trade takes you out. This one, the BNAI, takes you out for $100 loss. And so you're ticked off and you think, well, you know what? I better risk 200 the next trade because I want to make that 100 I lost. And I want to, and then, if I make it on the next one, I'll be up 100. Okay. And so you lose the next one. Now you're down 300. So you keep doing it. Well, I better risk 400 the next trade, cover my $300 loss, and I'll be up 100 when that one works. Do not get into revenge trading. It's hard not to. The other thing I would do if I were new is I would probably not trade in at least the first 15 minutes. Okay. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Yes, stocks that run right from the beginning, and you look and you might look at that and go, man, I wish I'd gotten into that one. I mean, I still think that. Don't believe me. I'm human. I look at stocks that ran right from the beginning. I think, man, I wish I'd taken that one. But it happened to me so many times trading in the first, right on the open, trading the ones that looked so good in the pre-market. They had a little pop in once the market opened. Okay, I'm in, and then boom, it reverses on me, and I get out. Try another one. Yay, I'm in, and it reverses on me. I get out. I'm down two trades, in 30 seconds, and now it's not so much revenge trading, but now you just don't. I mean, it's hard. It's like psychologically, your psyche is sort of damaged a bit, because you're playing catch up, and it's all because you took some trades right off the bat. I'm not saying no trades work. Don't get me wrong. Some in the room have a knack for finding the trades that seem to work right off the bat. Great. But when you're playing catch up, right off the bat, it is really hard to have a positive outlook. So I'm off my soapbox, guys. That's it. Okay, you can listen. I mean, I don't teach trading so much, but I definitely want to preach money management and practicing trading using our simulator, or if you have access to another real-time simulator. So Ron M is asking now. Understand, my looking left is just what I like. Okay, Ron is asking, looking left on a weekly chart seem well. First, I look at a daily chart. Okay, my first look is at a daily chart. So if I were in this one, I'd be looking left and saying, okay, well, it's got a shot to 433. So actually, would that math have worked out just for fun? It's all about, does it have a can it get to something before a lot of people are going to look at the next high and say, well, I guess I better take some profit. Okay, but just let me see if that actually would have worked out. Yeah, so that actually, so had I taken this trade for real, okay, get in at 376, my stop is 20 cents away. If I add 40 cents to that, what do I get? 412, 416. And give me a moment. So when I would look left on the daily chart, so if I took this trade, for real, and I look left on that daily chart, remember now, I'm in at I'm in at 376. You add 40 cents to that. I have a 20-cent stop. If I add 40 cents to that, would there be a reasonable expectation that it could go 40 cents before it hits that next high looking left? Well, of course there is, because the next high looking left is 433 or 430, 432. And most of the time, Ron, I mean, I'm not going to have to look back years, on a daily chart to see the next high, especially on some of these, these ones that are pretty active. Now, if I had to look years back, then it wouldn't even matter. I would be almost saying to myself, well, there's no resistance whatsoever, if that makes sense. And then if I couldn't see this on the daily chart, in other words, this is the current price right here. Excuse me. And I look left on the daily chart, and all these candles are underneath. Okay. So when I look left, I don't even see this. Then that's when I take a look at the weekly chart. Okay. But that's me. A lot of people will use fibs. Okay. Fib extensions, pivot points, uh, S1s, twos, R1s, R2s, things like that. And that's fine. I mean, I have a very, very simple style of trading, but it works for me. Obviously, if I saw the 200-day moving average, so if I look left, and even if the next high was far enough away, but the 200-day moving average was just a little above, I wouldn't take the trade. Or if the VWAP was above, more than likely the VWAP wouldn't be above it, but it's something that's moving like this, but it could be. So those are the only indicators that I'll really look at. And understand, I'm sizing this up pretty quickly. Days first, and then weeks, if I don't see it on the daily chart. I mean, I could. So here's the 200-day moving out. So for instance, what if, I don't know, 481 was a trigger for me? It met all the requirements. And I said, yeah, 481, I should take this trade. And then I look here and I see 493 is the 200-day moving average. I wouldn't take the trade. Now, I might take the trade if it pops through it, and it still makes sense. But again, I think it all goes back to, there are way more reasons not to take a trade than there are reasons to take a trade. I think that a lot of people's problems can be because they overtrade, and overtrading can really chop up your account, even if you're obeying your stops. And of course, that's why I have the 200-day moving average on my daily chart. I can see it. I mean, I don't really have to. I don't even have to look at my single stock window. Of course, I can actually see it. But listen, some might use a 50-day moving average. Some might use a 20-day. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, This is what I like to see. I'm certainly not here to tell people, well, this is what you should do because that's what I do. You'll notice I hardly have any indicators at all. Some people might say, well, you should be looking at the RSI, you should be looking at the MACD, you should be looking at the stochastics. And I would never say, well, if it works for you, then you keep doing what you do. If it works for you, keep doing what you're doing. I'm not going to say because I don't use the RSI that you shouldn't. Believe me, when I started out, I had not, well, maybe not every, but I had many, many indicators on my charts. Look like a spaghetti all over my charts. And because that's what I was told, you must have this and this and this and this and this. And for me, it just got way too confusing. Well, I got to say, guys, that the gap was impressive. I mean, there's a good alert from 2703. I mean, it took a while, but I did not take the trade. I would have taken it almost for sure had it not had that big, big pullback. But so I mean, on a day in which the market is moving, and I know Isaiah said well, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, we've got AMBA, but we have this one here, GPS, not a bad trade. But I use it like a watch list. So the AMBA, for instance, now, yeah, it's moving down. Now, what if, where's the 5822? But you may have a moving average. Maybe there's a moving average that you love. I don't have one on here that I love. So maybe you look at this AMBA. It's an earnings play, so it's going to be active most of the day. Maybe if it pulls into a moving average that you like, you take the trade. So using the AI like a watch list, excuse me, in my opinion, is the best way to use it. And notice, I think I'm just going to leave it in. Yeah, so I left it in here. Now, if I've been trading this for real, okay, I would have got out of this trade earlier. Okay, the BNAI. My stops for me personally is the worst I want to do in a stock. That's the worst. But I always, reserve the right to get out of something if I don't like the way it's trading. The other thing is, now this was not so dramatic, but I like to have this max P&L column and also the distance from the exit price column. Okay. If my max P&L had said, $300 or $400, that means that when I took the trade at one point with all the shares, the 500 shares, at one point I would have been up, $300 or $400. Had that said that, obviously you should never let it get down to a point where you actually lose money on the trade. You've got to be able to figure out, okay, I better take some profit here as it maybe starts to move down. Protect yourself. Now, if you're going to say, well, where do I do that? I mean, it's tricky. Some people use different R's. At the maybe if 2R is 40 cents away, 3R would be 60 cents away, for et cetera, et cetera. In this particular one, a lot of times what I do, especially on a stock that is very volatile, if I get a quick pop on something that is, low float and very volatile, I'll probably almost I'll take profit almost immediately. But that's a feel that I have. And then the other one is the distance from the exit price. So when you get out of a trade and you went long, in other words, you bought it. What you want to see once you get out of the trade, you'd like to see a nice negative number there, the distance from the exit price, because then you can say to yourself, well, wow, I'm glad I got out when I did, because now it's way underneath. So So these two columns right there, the max P&L and distance from the exit price, can kind of give you a bit of a gauge of it. How good are your exits? And I mean, that's another, obviously, a big part of trading is obviously well, finding a trade to trade and then managing it. Probably as hard, if not harder. Well, I have to say, as GPS, well, let's see if it takes out these highs here later on. Caesar is flying. Here it is. I see it down here. Caesar is flying. Wow. A report, and I think you mentioned Icon, yeah, built a stake in the company. Okay. So 37.31 is the next high looking. That's getting really, really close. So, I mean, there's a lot of shorts. I know that some of you are going to looking to short this. I can almost guarantee it. I mean, look here. I mean, look at the daily chart. That could be the resistance area. A lot of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 3.5 million. So some of the other gaming stocks are, so you mentioned Penn. So some of the other gaming stocks may be piggybacking here. Yeah, look at this. And also, let's see, MGM. Yeah, MGM piggybacking on that news. Okay. And how about Win? Yeah, so all the gaming stocks are moving because of that news about Caesar. So, yeah, PIC is on the move. You're right. PIC is on the move. PIK is on the move. This is not a gaming stock, though, is it? No, of course it isn't. PIC on the move for some reason. I don't see any reason on this one, but PIC is on the move. PIK. Low float, 1.7 million. Way back, way back. Is that some kind of a excitement about some kind of a deal with Disney? Way back. This is back in let's see, November of 2021. And ever since then, it just slid away. Any news? I did see Siffy on that the gap downs. Yeah, I don't see, this is almost like a financing, but I do not see any news on it. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. It's an India stock, but I really don't see any news on it. That's a big drop, obviously. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much flatlining here, just over a dollar, though. I know you love these, but I don't see any news on it. You're right. Well, I'm impressed. I have to admit, I am impressed. I did not take it because I didn't like the way it was setting up. So, but nothing wrong with this one. 2703, plenty of opportunities to get it from the AI. Yeah, well, pick. I mean, I see no news on this one other than the fact that it's a low float. So somewhere, some group, somebody is pumping out some information about this one. Not us. What is a little late? No, I see that, Dwayne. I just want to know what he's referring to, Isaiah. What is a little late regarding what pick? If you're okay, I'll answer you though, as if you're not trolling or. So here was the first alert we had for pick. Okay, in in this momentum scan, it was right at 425. Okay, so yes, it already made a move before, but there's the 425 now. You want it earlier? Go for it. You know, my scan here has to have a minimum of 3 in the relative volume. You want to reduce that? You'll find pick a lot earlier. You'll find a lot stocks earlier, but they may not do what pick does. Always that give and take. But when you're creating a scan, we get the question all the time. I want to find pick when it happened here. No problem. I can show you a scan that will do that. But you may get 20 other stocks that don't do this. Okay. And that's, there's always There's always going to be, some give and take when you create a scan. All right, guys, it's 11:22, so in about 40 minutes, I will be taking my break. And before I could actually ask Andy, he's just telling me that it will be him. Yes. So now when we look at the BNAI, okay, this is a great example, really, of obeying your stop and not getting hit, with a manageable loss. Okay, you obey your stop with a manageable loss. Okay, with that $100. Again, this is just in the simulator, and now look at it. You got out at what 356, 332 now, 24 cents underneath. So I'm not saying it's not going to come back at all, but all right, guys. Wow, GPS. I have to admit, I feel a little embarrassed for not doing it, but it is what it is. It's now almost at that high here, guys. I mean, this is now 28.37 and 28.59. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back, and now look at this. GPS just took out these highs over here. So I wonder if Amba will have a comeback here. Let's see. I want to say 57.86. I'm going to put a price alert right around there, 57.86. Yeah, I didn't see any news on the AD. I know why you're asking about it. ADRT is right up here. Oh man, this. You know what this is? This is the LPA of today. This is the LPA today, guys, or maybe the FTech today. I mean, the volume. You see, you just gotta. What's the spread like? Yeah, I didn't see what the spreads were like, but this is like LPA yesterday and FTech. That's scary though with that volume. I mean, 186%, 69,000 shares. Now, I did check another source earlier. It looked like it was about 88,000 or 133,000. Give me a moment. In the float, I'm trying to see in the float. Yeah, 188,000 in the float. So I mean, yeah, we have 67,000. Believe me, whether it was 67,000 or 188,000, I mean, it is super crazy low float. Okay, so oh, well, for entertainment purposes only, let's see where this one could open. 38.63. Well, no big clue right here. So again, this is the blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. There's your halt, ADRT, halt price, 38.63. This column usually tries to provide a bit of a glimpse into the future about where the stock could open. And speaking of the LPA, look what's happening. So got halted at 111.20. Oh, so this is a long halt. It got okay. It resumed. I don't have the halt price or the halt time. Maybe it was 111.39. So it got halted immediately after it opened. Well, Caesar just is making new highs here, guys. On that news, the icon news. You too, Isaiah. Now, you would think maybe this is the resistance area, man. I'm looking left on the daily chart. There's a lot of action right around that area. And we've got a couple of topping tails now. I mean, look, at some point, this is, going to have some kind of a pretty big pullback, but, it's always tricky. Where? I'm sure a lot probably thought 37.21, that might have been it. All right, I'll click on this just to see where it's going. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna get halted again, guys. You can tell. How can I tell? Well, yeah, I just got halted again because when I was looking at it, it said 52.80, 52.81 on the, and there's no way in the world that you'd have a 1 cent spread on something like this. Well, there's a high right there, 37.60, and it got to 37.53. There's a high right there, 37.60. There's a high right there, 37.58. So there's a couple of highs, kind of where it got to, but again, very, very, very tricky. Shaw, yes, yes, that will happen. Shaw asking in our YouTube room about when NVIDIA does its forward split. Will the other ones that track, the ETFs that are NVIDIA, all about NVIDIA? Yes, they'll do the same thing. I mean, every time you see these tops, you think, okay, that's got to be it, right? It's got to be it. So, I mean, if you're into sort of gambling a bit, I guess you you take some shares short and you put it at 50 cent stop approximately. Not saying to do that, but I mean, it's really hard. That's one of the hardest things to do in trading. I know there are people that do it, I guess, and they do it pretty well, but is trying to predict tops or bottoms. And of course, this is this is an alpha move, guys. Doesn't care what the market's doing, and you know why? It's a news move. All right, guys, 25 minutes. I'll be taking a break. Good time to ask questions if you have any. I doubt if I'm going to do anything. Wow, look at that GPS. I doubt if I'm going to do anything before I take my break. And again, a lot of my trading today was set up. I did very well on that NNE. I got extremely lucky looking at it now, but I did very, very well on the NNE, which allows me then to kind of reduce my risk on all future trades. What do these guys do? Oh, this is a blank check company. I did not realize that. Okay. I did not realize this was a so this is a SPAC, guys. I did not realize it. I couldn't tell by its name. Usually it's easy to and up here. Okay. So that's what's going on with this. I don't know if they've I don't know if they have decided on who they're trying to take public, but BNRG from our YouTube room, Stephen. Well, I don't know about a short squeeze. Why would you think that? Number one, the short float is only 0.06%. So there's not like there's a lot of shorts that are in this. So maybe another terminology could be used, but certainly not a short squeeze. All right, guys. Wow, look at waves. What the heck happened here in waves? Didn't see this one in the pre-market either. Just another one of those another low float, guys. It's like, you know what? It's like these groups around the world somewhere are just zeroing in on these sub $1 million floats. 1 million shares, sorry, not $1 million, 1 million share floats, because this is out of nowhere. I don't see any news. Yeah, it's the WAVS. And strangely, there are actually shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers. And now this just got halted. Waves got halted on the way down. Hmm. So if you're wondering where I'm getting these, it's just coming from the Momentum scan, guys. These are usually a very active scanner compared to the rest of them, of course. And that's where I'm getting these ones that are popping on Momentum. You can see the volume that was coming in. All right. What? Okay, they're coming out of the woodwork now. This is not under a million, but I mean, we're starting to see a trend here. Okay, these stocks that are getting halted, very, very little volume, 26,000 shares, up 98%, no news at all. Somewhere people are, trying to pump these things. So we had the LPA and the FTech yesterday. Okay, the ADRT resumed, and look at this. Crazy. It's gonna get halted again. How can you tell? Look at that. 79.80. Well, maybe not. Okay. It halted now. It's gotta get halted now. 57. See, it's not moving. I mean, 57, 58. There's no way in the world. There you go. I almost took 100 shares. I almost, but I did not. Just in case. Oops. Just in case it gets up to $500 like the other one yesterday. Yeah, Tom. So wants a to replicate. Now you can't replicate. I mean, you can easy enough to add your own charts, right? You know how to do that. I mean, and these are the time frames that I like. Um, what I typically do, no guarantees, but this layout might do it. Okay, this layout might do it. If so, you can. This is a layout. Okay, but if you're looking just for the individual, and add in your own charts, and I think this is the layout I used for the contest. So, or I was handing out the layout for the contest, but I can't remember. I mean, the contest was a couple of months ago now, so I can't remember if I made any changes. So, if you click on my home page and you scroll down to the center section of my scans, and so these are the two scans that well, the two. One's a scan, the alert window, and then this is a top list window. Okay. So these two relative strength leaders is right here. And then the halts resumes is over here. I have other scans that I show, flash onto the screen. There are my other monitors that you can take a look at. But if you're looking just, for this, you can have these 2, and then, you can add in your own charts. You can click on that layout. I'm not sure what you're gonna see. It should be really close to this, though. It is? Okay. Thank you, Pepe. I think the only difference is that did I, this one is the HTML charts. I'm not sure I did that in that layout. Okay, guys, Amba. This looks really interesting now. Okay, remember, use the AI like a watch list. So yes, they had an alert early and it moved down like GPS, actually, just like GPS. And now it's starting to recover a bit. And the high of the day was way up here at 60.21. So there is room. I'm not doing it now because I'm going to be taking my break in about 12 minutes. So, but this is an opportunity maybe to get something that was from our AI and now trying to come back. And it is an earnings play. So, it should be active most of the day. Not convincing you to do it, but that's a good use of the AI, our AI. And you know what? And this is a great, yeah. You see, notice here there are none here. Okay, that's because if you're not used to using this and you're using this window for the first time, more than likely profitable is checked. Okay, uncheck it. Should want to see everything. Okay, in my opinion. So that's how you could have looked at the AMBA and figured out another way to trade it, not from that alert, but on that pullback. You saw what I did. I just put a price alert around 57.80, and you could have taken the trade around that area. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's going to have the same type of recovery as GPS, but and it's in a tough sector right now. Of course, the semis. That is another issue you've got to deal with. The semis are moving down, so that is an issue. But in general, okay, to use the AI as a watch list, figuring out, okay, first alert was maybe it was too early, and set some price alerts at areas that you might get interested in underneath the alert price. Whatever happened to Caesar? I'm sure it probably dropped now. Yeah, good for you guys. I'm sure some of you were short this. So they are the legacy charts. Okay, that's good. Actually, I'm glad. And again, for entertainment purposes only. How ugly was that? No, the ADRT. Let's see where it could open. So this was halted at 11:42. So it's going to be at least, well, it's going to be at least 10 minutes now. I'm sorry, no, it's only 11:51 right now. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, it'll open at 11:52 plus 16 seconds. Okay, 15 seconds if it's a 10-minute halt. Let's see where this opens. Again, entertainment purposes only. All right. A little anticlimactic. It did not open after 10 minutes. So this could be a 15-minute halt then. Guess that had earnings. Well, Guess had earnings after hours yesterday also, as well as GPS. But the tale of two, certainly. Oh, it opened. Okay, it was not. It did open, so it was not a 15-minute halt. Please check CISS. That was one from yesterday for sure. CISS. I don't see it here. Oh, here it is. 16%. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's to me, it's somewhat untradeable. It depends what you're trying to do with it. But I mean, look at all this big topping tail, bottoming tails, chopping all around. I don't know what you're seeing here exactly. It did get up to 221, I guess, in the pre-market, but had earnings on the 28th. So this is, I guess, this was the reaction right here, pre-market. So yeah, so that no, this was the reaction right here. Since then, so I really don't know what to say about it. On a weekly chart, 219. If it could take out 219, what did it get at? And see where it stopped. Basically, it stopped right on the high of that weekly chart. Stopped in the pre-market. If you wanted to put an alert, around say 219, and see if it takes that out, and maybe has because if it does, the next highs are around 5. So that's all I would be looking at when I see CISS. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Andy sometimes shows up a little bit earlier, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. Okay, so on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. And before I do that, here is the YouTube link. So I'm looking at the AMBA, and I think it's just in completely the wrong sector. I had a little bit of a pop up, but I think its sector is, even though it's an earnings play and it's trading kind of on its own, but I think AMBA is just being pretty hard to get too interested in anything in this sector right now. GPS, of course, is in the retail sector, so completely different. And in fact, let's take a look at retail XRT. How counter is it running? Yeah, see, retail is okay. I mean, look at retail. A lot of, probably a lot of Dow stocks in here or more affected by that. So you can see that retail is not really being affected at all. So GPS is fine. AMBA being in the semis, it's too tough. When the semis are doing this. All right, guys. So again, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. The summit is could get a little bit interesting later, guys. It's not going to be too wrapped up into what the market's doing. Remember, had some news, but this is what's beating it up. China only trial. That's what's beating it up. And when you read this one, you're not saying, I think Andy just showed up. So, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. I'll see you guys in the main room in about an hour. And now I can welcome the Swedish stock picker himself, Andy Lindlof. Been waiting all day to say that, Andy.
Yeah, very good, very good.
Very good.
Yeah. What's going on today, man? It's kind of an ugly day, huh?
Well, ugly day, yeah. If you're looking at the SPY and you're
Right,
looking at
right.
semis and you're looking at tech stocks, yeah, no kidding, ugly day.
Mhm.
But as usual, Andy, if you have trade ideas, there's always, and if you want to go long
That's right.
things, there are always things that
Oh,
are
yeah.
we can pick off. So, but yeah, in general, if you're looking at the overall markets, yeah, not a great
Not
day,
not bullish at all, huh?
not bullish at all.
No.
What did you do? No, I posted those, and I know I made a mistake. It was FTEL, not FTech.
Okay,
But
I was gonna say, okay.
some craziness though that is happening. Take a look at ADRT as an example. I mean, this is just now for entertainment purposes, but look
ADRT?
ADRT.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Gosh.
yeah. Oh wow is right. But did you see the LPA yesterday?
I did after you posted it in there, LPA. I did not, yeah,
So you
crazy.
see that it got up to $500.
Yeah, good
Okay.
lord.
I mean, good Lord is right. And on no volume. That's the other thing. On
Yeah,
no volume.
that's really scary, isn't it?
No kidding. I mean,
Yeah.
how do they allow that to happen?
I don't know. I don't know.
Seriously.
The only way I would ever play that is if I got down on here on this flat line, down here.
Yeah,
Once
yeah,
it
yeah.
gets going, you're probably first of all looking at a huge spread.
Well, it's funny, and I mean, we saw this one yesterday many times. It got halted many times, and you thought, okay, whatever. What I did not realize that it got up to $500.
Gosh.
And after hours, and now, and even this morning, I did not even realize that.
Oh man.
Take
That's
100 shares somehow, close your
that's living on
eyes.
the edge, man.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, and the spread was like $200. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do
at
you
one
do?
point, anyway.
You play
So
a half
anyway, my friend, I
play a
will.
half a share, man.
Yeah, exactly. Just to have some fun with it. But wow.
Exactly.
Okay, my friend, I'll let
Yep.
you go.
All
I
right, Barry.
will
Enjoy
see
your
you in
hour,
about an
buddy.
hour.
All right.
Now, are you good to go to one, or do
Oh
you
yeah.
have?
Oh yeah. Nope, I'm good. Nothing
Remember
going on
last
today.
week you wanted me to get in a little early because you had something to do.
Hmm.
But you're okay today?
Just
Okay.
fine. Fine today, buddy. Have a good one.
Okay. Okay.
All right, Barry. Take care.
Bye.
All right. Hello, traders. Welcome to my desktop. And this is a support webinar. So if you have any questions regarding the software, hit me up. We'll see if we can address and hopefully fix any problem you may be having. Or if you just want to take a look at trying to build a configuration, that's always kind of fun to do. We can see if we can help with that. Other than that, we'll talk stocks. We'll talk SPY and where the market may be headed. Boy, if it can't hold on, and hold that 520, we may be looking at that 50 period moving average. And I hate to say it, we may be looking at it today. Uh, I got stopped out of a lot of stuff, got a few things left, but uh, yeah, just not gave a little bit back today, but still, it's been a great month, so I'm not going to complain. I wished I would have faded that move today, though, and put on some. Well, I really didn't have a whole lot to hedge, but nonetheless, okay. This hood is getting down here, and it looks like it's probably hitting the 10 period moving average. That's at 54. And it's hitting its 5 day. Yeah, if I thought we'd bounce, I would add some more, but eh, I just don't know if we're going to get a bounce today. But we can look for some day trades. Boy, I tell you, that's interesting. The 5 day and the 10 period moving average. But the market just keeps selling off. Excuse me for a minute. I'm just going to load it anyway, just in case I want to buy that. I do like it when they're hitting the 5 day and the 10 from pretty much simultaneous. But this market just keeps going down. Trader 77. That's a good question. Uh, I think it's a little bit of everything. I think it's probably, a little bit of uncertainty out there with the political news. Probably it could be a little bit of selling may go away. We've had a decent run in the market. It's tired anyway, so I can see a lot of reasons why people may be selling, but uh, we'll see what happens. I could be some window dressing. Some of those tech stocks have definitely been beaten up, so definitely could be some window dressing for sure. But yeah, I think market doesn't like uncertainty, and we definitely have it on the front here in the states for sure. But we're kind of in an area where when we're breaking, so you got that nice support here at 520. I think we could hold. Now we still could put in a wick and bounce up. That would not surprise me. But the next really line of resistance would be the 50 period moving average down here. So that's another pretty decent drop. And now I've gotten to where I was going to maybe add hood to maybe I want to sell it. There was some nice. I had some nice swing trade on my swing trade watcher today. That started out really good this morning, and of course, probably the market got a hold of all of them. This is really interesting. If you want to put a price alert, up here, right at all these topping tails, if it gets above that 3209 level, could be interesting. And Goose is just kind of hanging out here after earnings. Sorry, somebody's hit me up over here. But no rest for the weary. I think this Airbus too. You get one you've got to watch if it can break through this call it 330, 340 level. Airbus. That's not Airbus. It's I knew it was an Airbus, but what do you call it? Arbutus? Let's take a look at the big boys there. A lot of stuff. Even Nvidia can't get a bid in this market. Microsoft with a couple of ugly, ugly days. Yeah, I thought the Q. That's what I wanted. Some quid this morning is what I wanted. All right. You're gonna have to hold here or cut it. So I did buy a little bit more of that. I'll buy it off this 10 period moving average to see if it can hold. And if not, you're gonna be gone. I'll just end up flattening the trade because I closed some out already. I had a good move, but let's see that level. Plus you had this high back over here, the previous high. So yeah, you definitely got to hold here or you're done. Yeah, okay, great. Peter, this VIST has been on the list for a while. Now this is a foreign company, but I think it's one. But I know what one you're talking about, the VST. Ugly, ugly day today, but that's been strong going in up until today. You know what, Gary? I'm usually pretty good at it. I was in, gosh, I thought I had a beautiful trade, and this is what pissed me off, and I didn't do anything today. I was in TZA, and I was actually in it down here. It was a really good price on it. And then I got this level right here. Let's take a look at IWM because that's the one. It's an inverse of IWM, and that's what I'm looking at going into the next day. And then I get this action. The SPY was gapping down on this next following day. The Qs were gapping down, and of course this one gaps up. And I'm like, okay, it's going to be like a rotation and things. And then so it's I never short in the hole. I'm always kind of fading. I thought about fading it this morning, but it's been really tough when you get this rotation into different stocks and things. But all right, Hood, you're gone. You're gonna have to be just gone, and I'll pretty much just be in a couple of positions there because this market is not bouncing. Swing trading, obviously, I give it a little more breathing room, but I got to draw the line somewhere. Watch these wicks right here. Hey, Mike C, what's up? But getting back, Gary, I don't typically don't short individual stocks. I will sometimes for like a day trade or something, but I used to short all the time when I was a day trader, but now I'm mostly a swing trader. So if I am shorting, I'm usually doing, inverse index. Yep, Mike C's probably sitting back, looking at a bunch of options, waiting for his next big call buy. Let's see, AI was one that I was in from. You can see at 27.20. I just sold another half. Just only got one quarter of my position left in that one. PDD, I've been in for a long time. I've been in PDD, a core position till since about right here. Uh, in and out. I've traded it very well, but that's my last China stock that I'm in. I mean, all the other ones rolled over on me. I can get it back above. Got a lot of price alerts in here. Put this at highs here. Take a look. You're seeing a lot of inverse ETFs coming through. SQQQ would have been a good one this morning. That's what I really wanted. I wanted Quid this morning, but and I'm disappointed I didn't pull the trigger in the morning when we had that push higher. I noticed the Qs weren't doing much at all. Now that was the one. Is there any volume in this stuff today? Let's take a look. SPY. Nothing major. Nothing major at all. Qs. Now a little more in the Qs. You got relative volume 1.5. IWM basically trading about average volume. What's DQ doing? Earlier played a couple of call options on AMD and NVIDIA. Got in after a bounce and confirmation. Okay. So you okay? So are you still in those call options, or you? All right, let's take a look and see where the cues. No, there's my hood alert. That's just yeah, little bit of a shelf right here in the cues, but boy, it looks like they want to go down to the 50 today, and the SPY has still got a ways to go. That would be a pretty decent move, but boy, looks like we're going there. All right, Hood, you got to hold this level here. All right, gonna have to get out. All right, I'll see you. That's ugly, and that's ugly. Oh, right there. It's a candle low right there. Ugh, I don't want to ride it down to there. PDD's holding up the best. Held up his ass, attaboy. Now, were those weekly options? No, that yeah. Were those weekly options you're trading, Mike? See, I'm sure it is. I was trying this U because it was showing some relative strength today. A lot of times when these beaten up stocks, when the market gets like this, they'll use that to cover shorts. But boy, there's just nothing. Oh yeah, I imagine they are. I imagine they get pretty cheap on Fridays. No, Sam, like I was saying earlier, I think a lot of it is just profit taking, uh, uncertainty. I think there's definitely uncertainty over here with the political forefront that we have. Is what's going to happen with the presidency, but yeah, markets don't like uncertainty, so just probably a lot of people uh, just sitting on the sidelines, and you have to basically, as far as buyers go, and you have basically a lot of people probably just want out. Selling, there's an old saying, selling May and go away. So maybe that's what you're seeing here today until some of this stuff get worked out. I probably have to sell the rest of this too if it goes to Lowe's. Let's see if the market can put in a little tail here. Can't stop GPS though, that's for sure. Nordstrom still going up. Yeah, taking a breather. That was a nasty open this morning. Thing drove all the way down to 2035. But you know what? If PDD, like I said, that one's holding up the best. What I would like to see, if I didn't have a position right now, I would definitely want to see it back above the 10 period moving average, which is at one basically 140, let's call it 150. So if it gets back above that, I could possibly add to that position. But if I didn't have a position, I would like it back above that 150 level. Okay. Spy is trying to put it in a tail. And if I do anything here, it's probably just going to, except for my positions that I'm in, I'd probably just be scalping. Yeah, but I'm really not looking. It would have to be something really interesting. I'm not looking at taking any more longs. Well, I don't know. Maybe this candle won't close. I'm looking at the spies down here in the lower right. If it can close with a little hammer, it could be encouraging for a possible maybe at least a relief bounce. Oh, that's ugly. See if the Qs are putting in any sort of tail here. Yeah, a little one. Gosh, they got looks like they want to go to 440. Spies not down near as much, trying to put in a tail, and IWM really only down marginally in IWM. What's Art doing? Ugly. So if you're a day trader, what I would look like for a lot of times, I mean, basically you've had the spy that had not had a bar reversal in what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 candles. So if you have a tail on a hammer, that could be encouraging. And back in my day trading days, I would definitely maybe, get aggressive on something if you have the next candle takes out this high of this hammer. Uh, but with that said, the trend is still down. I would typically like grab size and scalp half of it up real quick. Yep, could be selling May and go away. Definitely not a whole lot of buying here. All right, we got a new candle. Let's see if this what it does. That's definitely we'll call that definitely a hammer. I mean, sometimes they say some people want it to have the solid red body all the way to the top. But for me, that's a hammer. And if it can't put on a bounce after this all these ugly candles in a bull market, we are still in a bit, and time will tell if this is a start of a market. But if it can't do a bar reversal now, I would say we're going to go down to the 50 period moving average. Excuse me, I got a little frog in my throat. Under Armour. trying to break out of a little. Not crazy, not a market I like chasing the highs, that's for sure, though. I'd rather catch something. Not much of an effort in the SPY. Let's see, Mike C says when the price action clears the downtrend line. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. If I'm doing something like this, it's typically, for a for a scalp if I'm looking at a at least half of it pretty quick because yeah, well then you have your moving average, right? Uh this kind of slope is really tough for like a downtrend. You'd almost have to go back to, this area right here. We'll see a couple of things that can make something like this. Well, first of all, could be explosive is you could have the shorts, the day trading shorts from the market. They're looking at this, okay, and a lot of people play bar reversals when to cover their position. So if you're short the SPY and you get a bar reversal, so not only do you have uh, you know possible a lot of shorts covering, then you have new long interest coming in. So that's why they can kind of be explosive. But boy, it's having a hard time even getting that. And then if it does, you're only talking about another point, and then you're going to be running right with smack into the downward sloping 10 period moving average. But we'll see what happens. Late in the day, this market has a tendency to do some crazy bullish action. Oh, there's a nice one right there. Looks like it may want to go to 5. Decent volume, relative volume near 12. Low float. Put an alert in that SPY so we can see it go off if it does bar reverse. Volume bar there. Stick one up here if it gets above that level. Gets back above 5. Boy, and this, SPY having a hard time. TGB had an alert set in that one. Even coin getting beat up today. Silver, no safe haven. Except maybe TLT. It's even going to lows. All right, SPY. Let's see, 51913, and butting up against it right now. There you have it. See if there's anything to it. Not much. Okay, let's check the races real quick. Take a look at the big cap stock, see what they're doing. GPS did it get through that level? It's trying. That's a strong stock. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm over here talking away and had my mute on. We're just talking about probably has a date, with this 10 period moving average coming up now. Maybe the next candle when this thing drops down to see where it happens. Boy, this Ollie sure has been strong the last 5 or 6 days. It's been on the list for a while now. Just probably wants to go to there. It's amazing how much better of a trader you can become if you learn to trust charts and not let your emotions get, because it's amazing how many times just kind of like this gap, once it kind of broke through this level today, you had the gap fill, but man, look at that. It was almost certain with that kind of volume behind it, and after earnings that it was gonna go. I didn't play it, but what's my cars doing today? That thing pulling back a little bit. That thing was on my list for like 3 days here. And I hate when they get out of the blocks really quick at the open. I just need to start putting buy stops in them. Yeah, not much in the SPY at all. Looks like it's gonna just kind of hang out. Maybe wait for that 10. We'll see what happens, but not much there at all. Some energy stocks was a nice move today. That and retail. That was that one we just looked at. Got the $5 level. What I was just talking about, I think we looked at it around 420 or something like that when we first pulled it up, and what I was talking about. They have a destiny to reach these levels. They usually get there. Another one at $5. That was an alert I had set a while back. That's right, Trader 77. I'm sorry I missed that. Sell in May and pray. That market roll kind of already turning back before the 10 period moving average even gets close to it. So definitely some weakness today. I think you got to, Mike C, you probably need to mark up NVIDIA for where you think it's going to hit the 10 period moving average. Maybe not today, but maybe Monday. Still a pretty decent short float in that Nordstrom's, and that's kind of a key level there. All right, so looks like the SPY is going to wait for that 10 period moving average to come down. And if it can get through that, yeah, maybe, maybe some more stuff to play to alongside. Definitely some stuff that's been beaten up. Like my hood? Well, that's not getting tired either, the GPS, just, powering along. Under Armour, getting through that level. They want that gap fill. Gosh, such a slow mover, though. I mean, maybe the only thing to be, I mean, if to be encouraged, if if you're still thinking, on the bullish side here is the volume today. So that sell off was not on, a major volume. So uh, I would be more inclined to say, we would continue once we hit that 10 period moving average to the downside. But I'd be much more inclined to say it if the volume was, you know, more than what it is. But Brian Shannon always says price is the only thing that pays. So I just need Hood to have a big bounce here. Now I might get stupid long. Okay, looks like we might. Hey Barry, what's up,
I'm
buddy?
here. I'm here. I'm
Yeah.
here. I'm here.
All right.
Ready to relieve you. I guess the spy's putting a wee bounce. A
Yeah,
wee
I was just
bounce
talking
here.
about we had the bar reversal, and now probably our next date is that 10 period moving average. Have to see what it does at that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I said I was telling them the only thing, if anything to be encouraged about, is this sell off is not on big volume, but still an ugly day all the way around, especially in the queues.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I was looking at GPS earlier and also AMBA, now, of course, both
Yeah,
GPS and AMBA are a couple of AI alerts.
right.
GPS, though, of course, is retail and AMBA is
Hmm.
semi.
That's
And
right.
so I was actually thinking, well, maybe AMBA will, but I just don't think in the face of what's happening with
Mm-mm.
that sector that
Yeah,
AMBA, it's still up 20%.
sure.
I mean, it's still having a great day. But look at XRT, the retail
Oh yeah.
ETF,
Oh yeah. I have it
and
up. Yeah.
very much different from
And
SMA.
actually a nice looking chart right there too. So
Exactly.
yeah, on the
Well,
intraday.
It's funny, we've had some good retail alerts this week, from,
Oh,
and
yeah.
not necessarily all from the AI, but, Abercrombie, I mean, hit an
Uh-huh.
all-time high. Chewy did extremely
Yep.
well.
Saw that.
Um, there were a couple of Foot Locker did okay for at the beginning. So,
Yep.
it's interesting. We've had some good retail plays in the
Mhm.
face of, kind of a bit of a market turndown. But
Well,
on
look
that
at,
note,
yeah, and Nordstrom today after an ugly opening there, gosh,
yes.
that wiped out a lot of people, and really, boy, you look at this thing with a decent short flow, 20%. I mean,
Mhm.
there's my PDD going through that 150, hopefully.
Have
Uh,
have you snuck a peek at, BNAI?
oh, yeah, so we were looking at it, quite a bit, actually. It was coming through my, Extreme Volume High-Low Pro, and it's funny, when I first pulled it up, it's like 420, and I looked at my chart, like, when I looked left, I said, "You know what? That's probably going to $5," and sure enough, shot
Sure
up in the
enough,
next candle, yeah,
526 as we speak, yeah.
yep,
And I don't know why. I don't see any specific reason for it other than, it's a relatively low float. It's not crazy, crazy low. But
right,
anyway, you know how these things happen out of nowhere. And, it's like selling begats, or sorry, buying begats buying, begats buying to get a
mhm,
little biblical for you.
there you go. Well,
Okay.
here's what I was
Anyway.
talking about, guys, once we poke through, we are meeting our 10-period moving average. This could
Hmm.
be tough. If we get through that, we could we could have a nice bounce. We'll see.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, my friend.
All
Well, we'll
right,
see you
Barry.
next Friday. Have a great
Yeah,
weekend.
you have a great
And,
weekend too, and everybody else, you do the same out there.
okay, I'll take
All
over
right,
now.
buddy. Take care, Barry. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Yes, I'm back in both rooms now. Just get rid of my announcement, get my music going, and we're set to go. And yeah, what a what a great move for BNAI. Nice call again from Shady on the. I know you got well. You probably took yourself out of the first trades because I think you said 350 was your stop. Got down below that, but man, oh man, what a nice run afterwards. Still kind of, Andy and I were just discussing the difference between GPS and AMBA. As I discussed here, AMBA is, of course, a semi, and GPS is in the retail sector. XRT is doing fine. The semis are getting clobbered, which it's tough. I mean, we had a little pop above that 58 level. It might happen again. If the market depends on how far this. We were 45 minutes now. Sorry, we're 30 minutes, and then we're 2 minutes into this candle. Okay, so will it take it out? Will it continue? So if will it be 45 minutes as a recovery? So I'm going to stick another alert for AMBA just underneath 58 and see if it takes it out. I mean, it's still strong. I mean, it's still up 20%, even though its sector is just getting lambasted. SMH, SMH is looking like the spy. So here's Sentinel, guys. So Sentinel is still down for the day, still down 12.5%, 12.8%, but it is near the high of the day. The high of the day is up here at 1719, so it's near the high of the day. It's had a excuse me, it's had a big recovery, and that's S. Yeah, it's gone from 1433 all the way up to 17. And here's the other retailer. I mean, Nordstrom's got hit hard after hours. It had earnings after hours. Nordstrom's got hit hard after hours. Mini recovery in the pre-market, but once this market opened, was there? There's the ninth. Sorry, here's the 9:30 candle is right there. Look at this move. I mean, it's been a little bit choppy, choppier than GPS, really. But yeah, so I mean, the retail sector has done pretty well. Let's take a look at we had one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, say it's 2 weeks down, but the last little while, I guess, helped along by A&F and some of the other retailers that I guess is surprised. Meanwhile, yeah, unstoppable VNAI. I don't think it's shortable for me. No, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, let's keep looking left. I mean, the next high, 690 on the weekly chart. 690. Well, let's okay. If it does clear 690, then 783 is the next. I mean, the fantasy level would be well, why not? 1975. Yeah, the volume is still strong. You know, you can see I mean, you can see how volume. I mean, it's not doesn't take a genius to look. I mean, look how the price declined. Look how the volume declined. Okay, volume picks up again. Boom. Which is why, this momentum scan can really give you some. It gives you a lot of alerts, but it's all about momentum. But he was mentioning Caesar. Oh, Spears. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. I mean, we were just sort of kidding, about the ADRT. Okay. So is it halted right now? I mean, you can look, you're going to take a big loss. I don't know where you bought it. Where did you buy it? Talking to Spears in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, you run the risk. I mean, if you get into a stock and yeah, you put a stop in, but if it gets if but if it gets it could blow right through and something like this, it could just blow right through your stop. Yeah. Well, well, that's a big loss. when you say you don't know how to get out, I mean, you can get out now. I mean, you can, but you're gonna take a big loss. Yeah, I mean, okay, I mean, one of the things when we looked at some of these crazy ones like this, I mean, these are very, very crazy, okay? And at the very beginning, there were hardly any shares sold. I mean, that's why I would never take it. I was just kidding around. Maybe I should have been a lot more clear. I would never take this one. I was, because it's just too. First of all, it's too hard to get in. The spread is just too crazy. I think probably people were too seduced into thinking, okay, could it do with the LPA? Get up to 500. I mean, look at the volume, 78,000 shares, 78,000 shares, and all this has happened. Probably, so it's probably what I'm talking about, isn't it, Spears? We saw this one. Yeah, it gets up to $500. You're thinking, what if? Yeah. All right, guys, I am now. Here's that NVOS is taking the lead again. Look at NVOS. It's actually having a nice little move here, guys. NVOS having a nice little move. Has to, I think, if this could be one of those that we talk about a lot, has all sorts of action early on, then doesn't do well. It did a lot actually, chopped up and down, but takes out the high at some point in the afternoon. It's 113 right now. You could have a run in it. We just stick an alert at 126 because what happened when we looked left on the monthly chart? Yeah, so the next high in the monthly chart, again, I'm not saying it's going to get here, is 152. If it somehow gets through that, then the next high is 345. I saw IGT earlier, guys. IGT earlier. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, my had to scroll up. FGF. What's this one doing? FGF. Ugly looking on the daily chart. Sorry. You know what's happening? Okay, guys. GME might be ready to come back again. Had a great opening candle, and it sold way off. Got up to 23.72, down to so not $2. Came back down $2. All right. Well, I actually joined you a little bit on the Dow Jones, the DJT shady. Like you said just a small. So GME, it's above yesterday's high now, 2270. It's above the high of the day before. So the next challenge is getting up to here, which it tried this morning a little bit, got up to 2372. Actually, this is more like, yeah, didn't really come that close. I think though, what I'm going to do is put an alert at 2652, 2681 or so, and see if next week it can clear all this and start to really attack this area. This must be a buyout. HCP, it must be a buyout. I'm just looking at this, all this trading action in the daily, but I don't see that it's a buyout. It's very strange. Daily chart. All right. Well, we've had 45 minutes now of recovery, 45 minutes of recovery. And this is the next 15-minute candle. We're a couple of minutes into this one, almost 3 minutes into this one. So, can we get an hour of recovery? So there is a real disconnect. I mean, it's interesting because the disconnect was the other way, but the Dow is up, the value stocks versus growth stocks, and this was a flip really for the previous 3 days. That's the one. Oh, okay. Thank you, JM. Yeah, it looks like it's a buyout, but they still have earnings, and come on, can you break 49? I'm talking DJT. Let's put a price alert right at 49. See if I can induce it upwards. All right. See briefly. a gold play, gold royalty, GORY, GOROY. All right, I've taken some off of the DJT. I don't have very much left. Didn't have that much to start, but I've taken some off in case I cannot get through the 49. All right, let me put the alert right at or over 49 now. So this HEPS, I used to see HEPS a lot, but haven't seen it. Well, maybe it's a different one I was thinking. Maybe it was HEP. Yeah, because this is not what the other one was it was HEPA, HEPA. Anyway, some nice run from here, almost straight up, HEP. This is a China stock. All right, guys. Well, oh, there's the NVOS. I guess it just took out the high of the day. Okay, NVOS took out the high of the day. Okay, guys. Now, what I didn't realize was the 200-day moving average is right above it. Okay, that's 136. It's right above it. So consequently, I just took myself out of the trade. Okay, I did not realize that. Maybe when it was down here, it was out of the daily. So let me see if this takes us through, takes out the 200-day moving average. Maybe I'll get back in. Only up 194%. Okay, a brief move through it. So we have 152. If it can get through this, which is at 136 or so, that's the 200-day moving average for NVOS. Then your next high, at least on a monthly chart, is 152. but it's got to get through that 200-day moving average. ASTS, guys, is sort of trying to curl up here, I think. ASTS. I mean, it's got room obviously on a 15-minute chart. 885 is the next high on a 15-minute chart. So it does have some room. Volume is picking up a little bit, just a little bit. Guys, if this market continues to do this, I mean, this AMBA is looking more and more interesting. It's obviously it's moving with the market. It's an earnings play. So, it's still up almost 20%. And I'm sure SMH is moving with the market. Yes, it is. It is the market right now. Look at these SPY. Guys, I mean, the AMBA at 58 now, 57.95 right now. But I think you just got to be watching what the SPY is doing, as your kind of maybe your proxy for that one to see if it wants to move higher. Look at the power of the 200-day moving average, okay, for NVOS. I took this one right, we took it right about here on the break, okay, 128. And I don't think this was visible when it was down here, this blue line. And then I looked at what the heck is that blue line? And lo and behold, the 200-day moving average. So I quickly got out of the trade. Rookie mistake. I mean, I should be checking my single stock window also. I just never figured that it would be up there. William, I can't believe you'll stay past 3 o'clock today, but what are your plans today? 3:30? No. Oh, 3 o'clock. Okay. All right. So, guys, the room, I'll be shutting down probably a little earlier, maybe 22. William will keep the room open another. You know what? Shut down when I shut down, unless you really want to stick around till 3. Maybe I'll try to stick around till 3, but doesn't look like much is going to happen. All right, where's Spears? Well, you might get lucky here. ADRT is starting to run again for you a little bit. Is in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, last look at my homepage. So this will definitely be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So if you do want to take out a 28%, if you want to take out an annual subscription and get 28% off, this is a promo code you can use, annual 28. Okay, you'll get 28% off either a standard or our premium service. If you want to take out a monthly, you can still use this code. You'll get 15% off the first month only. Okay, so here are the two codes that are active. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the codes. This will really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit every time a subscription or every time one of these promo codes is used, the room gets credit. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos. First one is your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows, etc. Okay. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So a series of videos, about 38 of them. You can take a look at that. Talk of the day video that I do, you can free, of course. You can sign up for this. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then my scans. You're looking for my scans that I'm currently sharing. Relative strength leaders is this right over here. The Halts resumes right over here. You've seen me put the momentum scan. It's on one of my other monitors. Here it is. And the breakdowns and breakouts are right here. But don't repeat and repeating version. And just quickly about the don't repeat. So what happens is, excuse me, I can go back in time and the don't repeat. I can say, okay, here I had an alert for BNAI in this particular scan. Okay, did not meet. If you're wondering why didn't it show up earlier, well, some filters weren't met. It's that simple. Let me just see what filters would not have been met. Yeah. Okay. So this is a 10-day daily breakout. So you can see it would have had to break out here. Would have had to take out the high over here 2 days ago before you would get an alert, and that's exactly when the alert happened. Okay. Well, not exactly. I guess it happened just a little bit after. Actually, what? No, I am wrong. Some other filter must not have been met. I'm sure the volume was fine. Let me just check to see what filter it might have been the relative volume. Ah, I think I know what it is. I'd have to try to figure it out. But anyway, some filter was not met until it hit 410. And then this is the repeating version. I mean, it's still not bad. 410, it's still not bad. This is the repeating version of this scan. So every time BNAI would make a new high, you'd see it. So this you can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? That's why I like the don't repeat. You don't have to though. I mean, you can, and that's why I separate them. On my homepage, there are 4 different ones that are not in this window, dock window. Some people don't want a short, some people don't care about having the don't repeat, so it's up to you. Yeah, my guess is that the relative volume must have not been 8 until here. That's all I can think of. So it's a little strange, but at any rate, oh, okay. Well, I was a little worried, Spears. I'm glad you said that because, I do have to worry or watch what I say. Sometimes people don't pick up exactly that I'm joking about something. Oh, Po. You actually convinced me to take a little. Then you sold it. But I'm still I don't have very much, but I'm in it in case it takes out. See, this is classic. What if it takes out the high here, 7? Well, Spears, you might get lucky though. I mean, it's gone halted on the way up again. Okay, halted on the way up again. This is no clue as to where it's going to open. Okay, really? There's your halt, 3180 for the ADRT. So you're in at 42. So hopefully you get a little pop out of this and then escape. Okay. I'm actually serious though with the BNAI. I mean, if it takes out the high of the day, I mean, it could literally get going again. 783 is the next high after that on the weekly chart anyway. 774, 783, that area. And this is all on no news that I can see, BNAI, no news. Brand Engagement Network. So it's an AI play. Guess what? They put AI in the symbol, so sure. But sorry, I don't see any news on it. I'm not sure. I'm looking back a few days. So this was the day on the 29th. Well, I'm going to click on this and see what I see here. I don't think this is going to tell me much. Oh, okay. So they did a private placement. Okay. So they did a private placement, concurrent appointment of Paul Chang as the co-CEO. Okay. So that is your, so there was news, and this is just a continuation now. Well, at least there was some news, Gary. Maybe not news today, but it's just sort of a continuation of this news. DAC, I don't know what you mean by copy. Oh, so your best bet is to go to my homepage and ask that question, DAC. Okay, there are people there waiting, and it's more instant than sending an email. Just give me a moment. Okay, so go to my homepage. Well, I don't know. I don't know what, when does it expire? If you have 2 seconds or 10 seconds, click on the need help, ask, and then chat. And people are there. So, when does it expire? I mean, can't you look at your card and see when it expires? But DAC, oh, okay. Don't you have a? So your card is not in your hand, right? Okay, guys. Remember what I just said, guys. If it takes out the high of the day, this could get exploding. It could explode again. Great call by Shady early and on secondary. Don't look at it, Poe. I'm surprised it's not halted. Okay, so your best bet then, seriously, is they'll help you. Just give them your email address. Okay, click on the help, go right to the ask, and then chat, and just give me your email address. And I'm not sure what you're looking for. So you're wondering when does your I see. So you're wondering when does your subscription come due again? Well, you could go to account, and maybe that'll tell you. Pepe knows. And it may not be over, guys. Listen, this level here was an important level, 774, and it's not so important anymore, is it? Your next level, believe it or not, is 1971. Yeah, so thank you, Jung. Yeah, go to account from the website. It'll tell you how many days. Okay. So Pepe is giving you the link, okay, your account management link, and it should show you somewhere how many days to expiry. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. William is saying we send out. I don't have, of course. Well, the company sends out a couple of weeks before an expiry, not your card, but a subscription expiry. All right, you got 20 days. Good. Thank you, Pepe and Jungle Gem, William, doing my work for me. What would you like them to change, William? I'm not sure what would you like them to change? Them meaning trade ideas. Here's another one, guys, probably coming out of nowhere. ADAP, another one. There's a little bit of room. 134. Well, I thought that's what they do, not to send out anything until 2 weeks before. Why are we doing it earlier than that? Oh, I see. Okay, pull back on the BNAI and now right back up. Can it take out that high again? The 842 high. There's actually a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. So if you didn't take it at all before, you could have taken it around 627. If you look at this, if you can see my 15-minute chart, you see we have the uptrend and we have that red bar totally engulfed by the previous 15-minute candle. And then the next candle is green above the high of the red candle. That can be a signal to get in. Okay. So again, look at it like this. You have an uptrend, a pause on that uptrend with a red bar, and then the uptrend continues. Now, you got to be careful now. I mean, you would think there's going to be some pretty intense profit taking. I mean, a stock that's gone up, 186%, low float, 14.5 million. I still look at this NNE and how incredibly lucky I was, really. I held this yesterday. I got in at around 865, held it. It was right in this level here. Sorry, right. This is yesterday. I thought, you know what? I just had a feeling about it, which is not a great way to trade necessarily, but I just had a feeling about it. Woke up this morning, was very happy to see this little move to 940, and was ecstatic to see this move to 1072. I like to say I got out right at the top here, not quite, but and then look what happened. Just got trashed. Well, Spears, I'm cheering for you. Okay, still hasn't opened yet. 1:30:54. So, ooh, this is at least a 20-minute halt now, isn't it? Gotta hope this holds. All right, guys. What time is it now? 1:51. All right. DJT is testing 49. I'm not in it anymore. I think Shady is probably still in it. It is testing 49 again. This may get me involved because it does have some room to about 49.50 on the other side of 49. Ooh, here's one, guys. GNPX is showing up. GNPX. GNPX. This is a late bloomer here. Had some action early, a lot of chopping around. Just made a new high, GNPX. And the next high looking left is 324, 327, 327. So your next high is 448, guys. This could have a run. This could have a run, guys. GNPX could have a run here. I don't like the spread, but I see 33.42 and not a great spread. Tightened up, tightened a bit here, guys. 42.44 now. Again, these are one of these late bloomers, later on in the day, after they've kind of settled down, though I wouldn't really call this that it settled down. Yeah, the spread is tough. I mean, 31.38 on a $3 stock. Now, if it goes up, 50 cents, that won't matter. But yeah, 34.43, a little, yeah, that spread too tough, in my opinion. Too bad because it's got look at all the room it's got. And it may go, but it's probably going to go without me. I mean, guys, it could go. I mean, it it may not listen to me. I mean, the spread is tightened up a bit. I mean, it's just I love all the room it's got. Look at all the room. 448. It's got a dollar to the next high on the weekly chart. And this is, coming out of nowhere, really. Any news on this one? Share surge ahead of prominent convention. And so they're going to be presenting at the 2024 Bio International Convention on. So they're going to be presenting on Monday at 2 o'clock. There it goes, guys. Yeah, there it goes. It went without me, but some of you who are a little less conservative than me could have got in. And look at it go. Look at it go. Guy, this one, the only news is because it's going to be presenting at a convention on Monday. I used to, a long time ago. I haven't done it in a long time. Maybe somebody in the room wants to do it because I don't think I really have the time. You go to these. I don't mean go physically to these conventions, but when these conventions are coming up, and usually there's a calendar. Not usually, there will be a calendar. Okay, of everybody who is presenting. And so, for instance, these guys at 2 o'clock Pacific time on the 3rd, to have a calendar knowing when all these little companies are going to be presenting can be very, very beneficial. So I'll leave that. If somebody wants to do it, great. It's just a matter of like, here's the bio. I would just Google this and find out when a lot of these little companies, because it is from next week, it is from the 3rd to the 6th, I think it said. Yeah, June 3rd to 6th. So there will be a lot of companies releasing. And look at this one. Look at this little one. I mean, all right, DJT, you got through 29. A lot of action, guys. A lot of action on a Friday afternoon here. I mean, look at this thing go. GNPX. I mean, there is your next high, 448. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but anybody take it? And if you're wondering where this showed up, let's see where it showed up for the first time for me. So you can see right here at 1242 is while I was on my break, 318. Okay, 318. And I mean, it didn't do badly actually from 318, 330, pulled back, but the big move has been right here. And that showed up in the momentum scan at Spears. You are it's probably going to get halted again. Okay. It's probably going to get halted again. You're getting closer though. I hope this halt pops it up for you, or I don't know if it's still trading. If you can get out, I'd be I hate to say this because, yeah, it could go to 500, right? But I know that's why you took it. But I take my if you could have, I would have maybe taken my lumps, and because this got halted on the way down now. So anyway, the GNPX showed up here also in the momentum scan right there, 152, 333. So not that far after. I mean, time wise, yes. Again, all these scans I'm sharing. So the market actually is putting on, a little bit of a base here. Remains to be seen. Is it up or down from here? I'm going to stick an alert at the top, and I'll put one at the bottom and see what happens. I don't think I have shorts for BNA. I pretty sure I don't. Yeah. Fee rate 213%. They'd have to find them for me. So no thanks. Very quiet day for the AI, but certainly a nice one for the GPS. And this one, no, I mean, this you're flying in the face of SMH being down, down, down on the AMBA, and the summit, really nothing. So, are there any questions? If there's some questions, this is a great time to ask. I'm not really doing too much right now. So, if you have any questions regarding the product or is specific stock, perhaps, or and I'll attempt to answer. So, this got halted right after. So, it probably got halted at what time? William ADRT, what, 2 o'clock plus what, 30 seconds or so? 17. I guess this is actually showing the halt price or the halt time, isn't it? 17 seconds. So I don't have to guess anymore. Yeah, I'm just amused at what Spears in our YouTube room is saying. Well, I'm Just sometimes these halts are just so long though, and they're not, oh, there you go. Oh my goodness. Okay, listen. I mean, there's a wicked spread right here. You make have that thing catch up to that 40 and you can escape. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, guys. Come on, get that bid to catch up to the ask. Was that you? That 100 at 36.50? Again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, it doesn't look, I mean, that gotta catch up. That wasn't you? Okay, well, I wish it had been you. Yeah, I mean, look at this, GNA. I did not get into this one, guys. I did not take the GNPX, but I mean, those of you who took it, I mean, how beautiful is it now? 448 is the next high. Got up to 4 or got to 396, almost to the 4 level. So Papa J, does that yes mean that you will actually look at the, that particular one, June? I mean, I could do it. Let me see if I can do it. But I thought maybe I could just delegate a little bit. The Bio International. So I'll Google it and see if there's a good calendar. So the Bio 2024. Okay. All right. So here we are. Okay. So here is this. Now, is there is there a calendar that's going to show me the list of them? So I don't want to, I just want to see a calendar. Oh, it's in San Diego. Cool. Wow. Not cheap. Well, 550 for exhibition access. So this is a pretty big one, actually. It's not just these small guys. And there's Merck and Lilly and Amgen, Genentech. I don't know, Aventor, Johnson and Johnson. So we've got some event calendar. Thank you. Well, they're making it tough. So we can see all these different ones coming up. So it's not what I was hoping for. I was hoping for a calendar showing all the participants. Maybe somebody better than me can find out because I'm serious. Good to know. Guys, BNAI may not be over. I'm watching it, looking like 847 is the high approximately. There must be a calendar. There must be. Well, okay. I think you're now. I think you can look at it again now, Poe. BNAI. It may not take that high out. Well, guys, this has been for me anyway, an enjoyable Friday afternoon. There's been stuff happening. I will probably take off at around 2:30, 2:35, 40 or so. William says he'll keep the room open until 3. Okay, just for you, Poe, I'm going to put a price alert. So far, so good. Uh-huh. So I bracketed the SPY, guys, and the SPY popped. I bracketed with a something underneath what I'm talking about right here and on top, and it popped. So we're still in a mini recovery mode. 675. Okay, let me put a price alert right about 711. Okay, 711 sounds good. Whoops, that didn't. Okay, let's see if I can induce it upwards for you. Mm. There you go. See, I put a little price alert in there for you, and now induce it upwards. I don't think I can do another one, but I don't think it's going to. No, let's just try it for you. People who are new thinking, man, is it that easy? All you got to do is put a price alert, and it'll move there. Okay, good. I was going to say good. I didn't think the second price alert would work. Not bad. 675 to 715. I know you took some off before, but that's not bad. Quick trade. I've been listening to Amazon Music now. Keep an eye on GME, guys. I mean, it's been all over the place today, but GME is, it's doing this little dance here. Maybe if it gets over 23. Spears, I can't help you anymore. Man, oh man, this doesn't look good now for you. I was hoping that I saw 100 lot sold at 36, and I thought, maybe that's Spears. All right, guys. Again, if there are any questions, well, there's the GME, guys. There is the GME. I mean, if you're looking for late trades, I mean, this one might have a move in it. Maybe you want to wait for 23.15. There is the next high looking left on the 15-minute chart. And then after that, you got all the way up to 23.72. So, I mean, if you are looking for something to do, that might, but I'd probably wait for a break of that high of that 15-minute candle. That is on my chart anyway, the 945 candle. So let me just put that alert in there. Uh, oh, Spears. This is no bueno now. Is there a way to enter a symbol by hand into this layout? So what exactly do you mean by that? I can put a symbol in the chart. I start to type. So here is a symbol in the chart, and it'll automatically go into the single stock window. So what do you mean by that exactly? You talking about like creating a watch list? No. Okay. So what are you talking about exactly by hand into this layout? Like you cannot. but it wouldn't make sense, of course. You can't add a symbol into here. It doesn't make sense because so what? But where are you trying to enter the symbol into? A top list window? Like where are you trying to enter the symbol into? But what window? Okay, for instance, here it makes no sense into an alert window, right? Because what the only stocks you want to see are the stocks that make it into your, past the filters, right? And then makes a new high depending on what your trigger is in an alert window. So it would make no sense to, have the ability to add a stock into here. Now, adding a stock into a top list window, like here, so is that what you mean? But again, what is the reasoning? Okay. Okay, but what is the ooh shoot. Shoot, 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 shoot. I'm gonna screw all this up. Okay, I have to redo it. Doc relative strength. Give me a moment. I just gotta get rid of this one. Ah, okay. Without clicking at all? No. So in other words, your guys GME, keep an eye on GME and also keep an eye on Summit, SMMT. So did you see what I did? I left clicked on this chart. Okay. I left clicked on this chart and then I started to type. Assuming you wanted to see Macy's as an example. Again, I'm not 100% sure this is what you want, but and then I click on it. So there I added in a symbol and it shows up in the single stock window. It shows up here, of course. So you haven't had to click on a symbol. You've just typed it into the chart. Does that make sense? Is that what you wanted to do? Okay, good. Yeah, sometimes it's tough to. I know when you're texting back and forth, it's a little bit tougher to figure out. But I'm glad to help. And the only problem with having to reload is that I lost all of the original. Excuse me, halts and resumes. Not that's a big deal, but All right, guys, 226, getting close to the end of what I'm going to do for this week. What I'm going to do in our YouTube room, anybody who still wants to talk about trading, you can head over to our main room. But it's only going to, usually it's open till 4, but William is going to shut it down around 3. So but this is the link to the room. So here's a one. I haven't seen this one today. The WL Westlake, WLKP is showing up now. Very little volume, very little volume. My minimum here is 100,000 shares. Okay. Now you might say, well, why do you have it so low? The reason being is that at the beginning of the day, I don't want to put like a million shares or something, because at the beginning of the day, a stock could be just starting to run, and I want to see it before it hits that million, as an example. So, but I run the risk. Well, it's not a big risk. I just, later on in the day when a stock shows up for the first time, its volume could be very light. Could be. Oh my gosh, Poe. Okay, well, let's see. I typed in your name. You should be a stock. Yeah, you probably hear a little bit of background noise. My wife is working at home today. All right, guys. Any questions? Any last? Have another maybe 5 minutes or so. LFMD, my favorite, especially on a Friday afternoon. Nothing like. So let's see what happened to this. No, that was at 215. So on this candle here, so not a terrible drop yet. Oh yes, good for you, Spears. So I've been talking to Spears in our YouTube room. He took 100 shares at 42. Okay, and then it blew right down through his stop, and now this is halted at 39. I'm assuming you may have got out. So it wasn't as it could have been a lot worse. Though it's probably gonna get back to where you bought it. I doubt it very much. Certainly yesterday there were no shorts available. In fact, not only that, there was the big red dot. Yeah, the big red dot, Baba. The big red dot meaning not available for short sale. Okay, as opposed to, well, you know what? We'll try to find some for you. This is not available. That's from Interactive Brokers. Okay, and that is LPA. Well, now I got to hang around to see where this opens. ADR, ADRT opens. Time is it now? I'll hang around. I have to see where this opens. So if it's going to be, well, yeah, if it's going to be a 5 minute halt, let's see if it opens at 2:35. I guess you got stopped out, right, Poe? Or did you hang on? I see BNAI. It popped, but I see it got down to 625, but now it is popping. Oh, you did hold, okay. No, I don't see 2,500 on the ask, Spears. Remember, this is just nothing is written in stone on this. Are you talking about the ADRT? I don't see that. This is Interactive Brokers, so I'm not sure what you might have another broker. I wouldn't. There's no way it's going to be 2,500, and even that 100 that doesn't. I just look at this one. This one is what I think is kind of what can happen. Oh, Webull, yeah, no, I wouldn't. I trust Interactive Brokers. It's been pretty bang on. Now, when I say that, doesn't mean it's going to open at 39.30, but I've seen some platforms that say, "Oh, it says it's going to open at 75," when I'm seeing 39, and I think, I don't think so." Well, you see, I was going to take off, but you're making me stick around now till this opens just to see if we can get it back to 42 for you. Well, let's put an alert there. Come on, eyeball it. That's good enough, I guess. The annual basic plan using the 28% discount, it would be this. Oh, it resumed. Just give me a moment. It resumed and flying. It's got a 37.40. 40. Oh, you are such a lucky guy. I hope you. Well, that was briefly at 42. Look at this. So I'm talking. Look at. Oh man, Spears, you are a lucky guy. Ah, well, don't get greedy. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube. Okay, that was fun. Um, So let me get to my homepage and I'll show you how much it costs. Okay, Dave? GME moving a bit also now, guys. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and click on the Get Trade Ideas, and what were you looking for? You were looking for an annual basic, okay? So basic right here, gain access. Okay, type in the code, annual 28. So it'll cost you 768, 769, okay, for the year with that discount. Okay. So you got that, or maybe you don't hear me. So 768.96. Let me type that in case you don't hear me. Okay. Now, Spears, you better tell me that you sold it. You better tell me that you sold it and made $100 or something. Okay. You better tell me that because that could have gone completely the other way down to 20, 15. I'm sure it did. Okay, good. And with that, I can leave. All right, guys, I think I will take off now. Okay. So thanks for, wait a minute. I got a question here. So, Dave, can you hear me? Did you get that? Dave, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Thank you. In caps. Okay, great. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. From my homepage, right? You're signing up from my homepage. That and the room will get credit. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Do appreciate it. All right, guys. Time's now 2:39. So again, yeah, if there are any questions, I will stick around. I don't have to leave, but so if there are any questions, I will stick around. Otherwise, I will take off. Thank everybody for all the help all week long. This was a short week. They should all be short weeks. Right, William? But Pepe will give you an extra day of riding for you. Ride your bike for an extra day. Okay, guys. Okay, I don't see any other questions. So again, seriously, thanks for all the help all week. It is very appreciated. Also, the other thing that I should say every week is I do appreciate the civility in both rooms, YouTube and the main room. Makes my job way easier. I think we've got a great group. We kind of monitor each other so it doesn't get out of hand or anything like that. It's not like that necessarily in other rooms. So I do appreciate that. Again, makes the job a lot easier. So have a great weekend, and I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock Monday morning. And again, have a great weekend. So I will now stop the screen sharing in the main room. Okay. I just stop, mute myself in the main room. And now I will shut down the YouTubers